Chapter 3611, Chapter 685, Godslayer's Treasury. Chapter 3611, Chapter 685, Godslayer's Treasury. Chapter 685, Godslayer's Treasury. Escort people? A hint of surprise flashed across Shifeng's eyes as he looked at the petite girl before him. He wasn't hiding his basic information right now, so any player could inspect him and learn that he was a sword god. The petite girl similarly did not hide her information. The girl was named Fiery Heart, and she looked no older than 18. Yet, she was already a level 194, tier 5 Grand Wizard, and had multiple pieces of fragmented legendary equipped. The fiery staff she wielded was even a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. Though, what caught Shifeng's attention the most was Fiery Heart's guild emblem. It was a guild emblem with the image of a dragon and a phoenix, and the guild it belonged to was none other than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild in this god's domain. Normally, guilds of such caliber would have teams accompanying their young experts into dangerous places. They wouldn't let their young talents team up with strangers, much less allow them to visit the ruined mountain ranges' central area. After all, that was a place where even Tier 5 players had less than a 10% chance of surviving. Moreover, should they die in the central area, there was a small chance they could suffer a permanent death. Not to mention, judging by Fiery Heart's age and tier, she was no doubt one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's core members. There only existed a small number of Tier 6 experts in this god's domain. A superpower would be fortunate to have 4 or 5 Tier 6 experts. So, Tier 5 experts remained the main combat power of the various powers, and the loss of even one Tier 5 expert would be significant. This was something Fiery Heart should understand. Yet, Fiery Heart had not only appeared in the ruined mountain range, but she was even asking Shifeng, a stranger, to escort her to the central area. This situation confused Shifeng greatly. While the monsters in the ruined mountain ranges' central area might have good loot, the dangers that came with exploring the central area simply weren't worth it for Tier 5 experts. Rather than take such a risk, it would be better if Fiery Heart explored the inner and outer areas. If you are willing to escort me and my team, we will compensate you adequately, Big Brother, Fiery Heart hurriedly said when she saw that Shifeng didn't seem willing to entertain her offer. Our team has 45 members, and we'll pay 25 units of 7 Luminaries crystal for each member. Even if some of us accidentally die midway, we will still pay 15 units per person. That is quite a generous offer. Shifeng nodded. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, "But can you tell me why you want to head to the central area, young lady?" 7 Luminaries crystals were regarded as a hard currency everywhere. Many transactions involving fragmented legendary items and above were usually conducted using 7 Luminaries crystals. It was especially so in this god's domain, where 7 Luminaries crystals remained the biggest hurdle for most Tier 5 players in advancing to Tier 6. Meanwhile, Fiery Heart's offer to pay 1,125 units of 7 Luminaries crystal just to escort 45 players to the ruined mountain ranges' central area was a lucrative offer even Tier 6 players would find hard to resist. Not to mention, she was even offering to pay 15 units for those who died midway. However, rather than the payment, Shifeng was more interested in finding out why so many players were trying to get to the central area. Do you not know? Fiery Heart couldn't help but look at Shifeng in shock. She didn't think there would be someone who still didn't know about the matter regarding the ruined mountain ranges' central area. Don't be surprised. Regarding Fiery Heart's question, Shifeng had long come up with an excuse. So he calmly said, "I fell into a miniature world some time ago, and it took me a while to come back." "So that's why you didn't seem interested. For a second there, I thought you only planned to escort friends and allies." Realization dawned on Fiery Heart. Then she explained, "Well, the matter regarding the central area isn't much of a secret. A few days ago, an ancient ruin called the Ruined Temple appeared in the central area. So many people are going there to explore it, hoping to reap a big harvest. Fiery Heart did not doubt Shifeng's reasoning. After all, many players would abruptly disappear from time to time in God's domain, and most of these disappearances were due to players entering various miniature worlds. It was also very common for players to be trapped in these miniature worlds for months and even years. The Ruined Temple, Shifeng fell into a daze when he heard this name. In his previous life, the Ruined Temple had caused a huge wave in both his home god's domain and the greater god's domain. This was because the Ruined Temple wasn't just your average ancient ruin. Instead, it was a treasury left behind by the God-Slayer. To the players of his home god's domain, the God-Slayer was inconspicuous. This was because the God-Slayer only created a few achievements in this god's domain. The ancient gods slain by the God-Slayer were also rather average. However, it was a different story in the greater god's domain. According to the greater god's domain's historical records, the God-Slayer was responsible for the death of the last ancient demon god, an existence rivaling primordial gods. Meanwhile, it goes without saying that the treasury left behind by such a frightening existence would be a great temptation to the greater god's domain's various powers. However, the timing of the Ruined Temple's appearance in this timeline was different. In his previous life, the Ruined Temple only appeared 1 year after the World Gate fully opened. Of course, following its appearance, many players flooded the ruined mountain range's central area, all of them hoping to obtain the God-Slayer's legacy and become an existence capable of rivaling primordial gods. There are many treasures in the Ruined Temple. Big Brother, Fiery Heart continued when she noticed the look of interest on Shifeng's face. From what I heard, several temporary teams have already found loose pieces of fragmented legendary equipment sets there. With Big Brother's tier, as long as you go there, the various powers' main forces will definitely try to recruit you. Even if you gain nothing from the Ruined Temple, the pay you can get from those powers should still be worth your time. All right, I'll take you all there, Shifeng answered after giving the matter some thought. Have your team get ready. We'll set out right away. The Ruined Temple was an opportunity he could not miss. It was especially so since its exploration reward could only be claimed once. In his previous life, because he was stuck dealing with enemies in the greater god's domain, he never got the opportunity to explore the Ruined Temple himself. Now that the Ruined Temple had appeared, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Moreover, going by Fiery Heart's words, this god's domain's various powers had gathered in the ruined mountain range's central area because of the Ruined Temple's appearance. With 100 Flower Palace and the others being first-rate guilds, they had most likely sent their main forces to explore the ancient ruin. This would make it much easier for him to gather them all together. Meanwhile, after hearing Shifeng's reply, Fiery Heart quickly left to inform her resting teammates. Are you sure that Uncle is reliable? Heart, a young man named Crying Blade asked. He was a level 200 tier 5 berserker, and he couldn't help but grow a little worried as he looked at the person Fiery Heart had found to escort them. Setting aside the fact that I've never even heard of him, his level is just 178. At such a low level, I highly doubt he can escort all of us safely to the Ruined Temple. Why don't we wait a little longer and find a higher level tier 6 expert? The other members of the team nodded in agreement. A player's level was just as important as their tier. The ruined mountain range's central area was filled with level 200 monsters. A level 178 tier 6 player would have their strength greatly restricted there. A moment after Crying Blade finished speaking, several players entered the cavern from the outer area. Walking in the lead was a woman with shoulder-length crimson hair, and she was a level 202 Tier 6 sword god carrying 2 long swords on her back. Oh my god! Look, it's Crimson Mist, the Eternal Glory Adventurer team's newly promoted sword god. TL notes: 1 Eternal Glory Adventurer team. FYI, this is the adventurer team that Ji Luorong, Phoenix Rain's little sister, belongs to in this timeline. 2. However, the timing of the ruined temple's appearance in this timeline was different. In his previous life, the ruined temple only appeared 1 year after the World Gate fully opened. Going by these 2 sentences, my theory is that Shifeng's God's Domain fully connected with the greater God's Domain at the same time as it did in this timeline. In other words, it should have only become fully connected roughly 10-11 years after launch. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36:12, Chapter 686, New Generation of Experts. Chapter 36:12, Chapter 686, New Generation of Experts. Chapter 686, New Generation of Experts. Following the arrival of Crimson Mist, the level 202, Tier 6 Sword God, all the players in the cavern inadvertently found themselves turning to look at her. Even Fiery Heart was not an exception. Incredible! Even though she's just standing there, I'm having trouble moving in her presence. As expected of one of the top 5 experts from the most recent S-League, now that she has advanced to Tier 6, she can probably match the various superpowers veteran Tier 6 experts already. Match? I heard that Crimson Mist managed to kill a Tier 6 fallen angel with her team just recently for a legendary quest, and she obtained a legendary sword from the quest. In her current state, she can probably even try to fight Tier 6 gods of the same level. When the crowd in the cavern looked at Crimson Mist, all of them, regardless of gender, wore looks of yearning and worship. Tier 6 players were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain. They were so rare that not every first-rate guild would have one. As for the various superpowers, many of them only had 1 Tier 6 expert. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tier 6 players represented the apex of strength in God's domain. In a situation where veteran Tier 6 experts were operating behind the scenes, Crimson Mist had become a living legend for the general public. The Crimson Sword, Shifeng, also turned his sight toward Crimson Mist, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the female swordsman with crimson, shoulder-length hair. Shifeng had heard of Crimson Mist's name in his previous life. It was some time after his home god's domain became fully connected with the greater god's domain, and the owner of this name came from the newest generation of experts of his home god's domain. In that generation, 7 individuals stood out the most, and the public regarded them as the 3 gods and 4 saints. Meanwhile, one of the 3 gods was none other than Crimson Mist, the Crimson Sword. Because Shifeng had been busy evading Demon's Gate's pursuit in his previous life, he had only ever heard of Crimson Mist before. He never met her in person, and the only information he had on her was of her achievements in the greater god's domain. More specifically, Crimson Mist appeared in 10th place on the Starlight Realm's Tier 6 Rookie list shortly after she entered the greater god's domain. And if not for the Eternal Glory Adventurer team lacking resources, she could have even squeezed herself into the top 5. While Shifeng was sifting through his memories, Crimson Mist walked to the middle of the cavern and scanned the players around her. Then she loudly announced, "Eternal Glory is hosting an escort to the ruined temple. We are charging 30 units of 7 luminaries crystal per player. We are accepting only 92 players. Anyone above level 190 Tier 4 can apply." Crimson Mist's voice was indifferent, but it gave off a powerful sense of security. She made it sound like a trip to the ruined mountain ranges' central area was no different than a casual stroll down a street. Meanwhile, as soon as Crimson Mist finished speaking, the crowd in the cavern quickly erupted into commotion. The Crimson Sword is escorting players. As expected of the Crimson Sword, she's starting with a 100-man team right off the bat. The average Tier 6 expert simply can't compete against her. Goddess, I want to apply. Many experts were overjoyed to hear Crimson Mist offering to escort players to the ruined temple. Many Tier 5 experts also couldn't help but be impressed when they heard her hosting a 100-man team. The situation in the ruined mountain ranges' inner and central areas was unlike in other maps, where a team's safety would increase with size. On the contrary, the larger a team was, the more danger it would be in. This was because the ruined mountain ranges monsters were highly intelligent, and they would never blindly attack any player they encountered. Instead, they would first observe their opponents, and they would only attack if they had a numerical advantage. If they didn't, they would call for reinforcements until they had enough numbers to overwhelm their opponents. Hence, players seeking to travel to the ruined temple would usually only form 50-man teams. This was also the ideal team size that many experts had concluded from their experience. Yet Crimson Mist had chosen to lead a 100-man team. Unless she was confident in her strength, there was no way she would do such a thing. In no time, many players had gone to apply for Crimson Mist's team. Some level 200+ Tier 5 experts from other teams had even chosen to leave their teams to join Crimson Mist's team. Seeing the crowd around Crimson Mist, Crying Blade from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion hurriedly said to Fiery Heart, "Heart, let's quickly go and apply as well. There might not be any spots left for us if we don't hurry." The other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members also looked at Fiery Heart, a hint of urgency in their eyes. Although Crimson Mist charged a higher price for her services than Sherfong, there was no doubt it would be safer if they traveled with her. However, the guild's higher-ups had appointed Fiery Heart as the leader of their team, so she would ultimately decide on which course of action the team would take. This was also why Fiery Heart had taken the initiative to talk to Sherfong. I know what all of you are thinking, but we've already concluded our negotiations. We cannot go back on our agreement, Fiery Heart sternly said as she glared at her teammates. I disagree. You might be the leader, but that doesn't mean you can act selfishly, Heart, Crying Blade said as he stepped forward. The guild has tasked us to head to the ruined temple as reinforcements, so we must prioritize our safety above all else. That uncle over there might be a Tier 6 sword god, but with his low level, how is he any different from us in front of level 200+ monsters? If you insist on acting selfishly, I'll just pay out of my pocket. The other level 200+ Tier 5 experts of the team nodded in agreement. Crying Blade, I am the leader of this team. Fiery Heart bellowed. You might be the leader, but don't forget that you're from the Phoenix Pavilion, while I am from the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Also, if you weren't from the Phoenix Pavilion, do you think you can get selected as the team leader with your strength? Crying Blade said, sneering. Then, while making his way over to Crimson Mist, he continued, Regardless, I am heading over there. Whoever wants to stick with that uncle over there can stay. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was made up of the Phoenix Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, and the two were in a competitive relationship with each other. If not for the current guild leader being the Phoenix Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Fiery Heart could have never become the leader of the operation this time. Subsequently, over half of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members left with Crying Blade to join Crimson Mist's team without hesitation. Unfortunately, Fiery Heart could do nothing but watch as this happened. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's current Pavilion Master was constantly at loggerheads with the current guild leader. As a result, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's members were no longer as accommodating toward the Phoenix Pavilion's members. Not to mention, the command to head to the ruined temple didn't come directly from the guild leader this time. Instead, it came from the guild's executives, and the command was only for them to reach the ruined temple as quickly as possible. Although the guild's executives had appointed Fiery Heart as the team's leader out of respect for the guild leader, she didn't hold absolute authority over the team. Not a single level 200 plus Tier 5 expert stayed. When Fiery Heart saw that only 6 team members stayed behind, her complexion turned incredibly ugly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3613, Chapter 687. This big brother is a little strong. Chapter 3613, Chapter 687. This big brother is a little strong. Chapter 687. This big brother is a little strong. TL notes. Crimson Sword name dash Crimson Mist name added Crimson Sword title. Simply put, Crimson Sword is Crimson Mist's title. Why are there only 17 of you? Where's the rest? Shi Feng asked after scanning the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members behind Fiery Heart. The number of players Fiery Heart had brought with her was completely different from what she told him previously. An accident happened on my side. Big Brother Black Flame, Fiery Heart tentatively said as she looked at Shi Feng. But I will still pay the total amount we agreed on. I will also have other players join us to make up for the missing numbers. I believe we can gather a 50-man team in no time. Fiery Heart could tell that Shi Feng wanted to head to the ruined temple as quickly as possible. Previously, her team had 45 members, including herself, and she could have easily recruited 4 more players to complete a 50-man team with Shi Feng. But now that they were 32 players short, completing the team would take a lot longer. So, she couldn't help but worry that Shi Feng would decide to cast them aside and head to the ruined temple alone. That won't be necessary. We can advance quicker with fewer members, Shi Feng calmly said to Fiery Heart. Let's set out now. After saying so, Shi Feng stepped out of the cavern, his actions causing Fiery Heart and her teammates to grow worried. However, they still hurriedly chased after him. Meanwhile, upon seeing the departure of Shi Feng's team, Crying Blade and the rest of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is Fiery Heart crazy? Crying Blade couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw only Fiery Heart's team leaving with Shi Feng. It could be said that a 50-man team was the ideal standard for players looking to travel to the ruined temple. At this size, the team would only need to face monster hordes that were about equal in size. However, if the team was any larger, it would have to fight against monster hordes that were several times larger. And if the team was any smaller, every decently strong monster it encountered would not wait for reinforcements to attack it. This, in turn, would cause the team to face monster attacks far more frequently, severely slowing down their advance. In addition, if the team couldn't eliminate or shake off the monsters they encountered fast enough, they would risk attracting more monsters. Hence, 50-man teams became the ideal standard for players looking to travel to the ruined temple. Even when level 200 plus, Tier 6 experts were looking to escort a few friends to the ruined temple, they would first recruit more players to form a 50-man team before heading out. But now that Fiery Heart had set out with less than 20 players in the team, even if they ultimately made it to the ruined temple, there shouldn't be more than 2 or 3 survivors. Amidst Crying Blade's surprise, Crimson Mist finished recruiting members for her 100-man team. Everyone set out. When Crimson Mist saw that over half her team was made up of level 200 plus Tier 5 players, she issued a command to advance without hesitation. Immediately, the 100-man team charged out of the cavern. Ruined mountain range, inner area. After advancing for about 3,000 yards, Fiery Heart and the others quickly noticed the presence of many monsters in their surroundings. More monsters were also gathering over time, all at level 190 and above. There were also several Tier 5 legendary monsters among them. What's going on with these monsters? Why aren't they attacking us yet? A level 192, Tier 5 cleric asked, frowning as she observed the monsters shadowing them. Their team only had 18 members. Logically, any Tier 5 legendary monster they encountered should attack them without hesitation. This would also be good news for their team, as they had a Tier 6 expert leading them. Although they would be attacked more frequently than a 50-man team, they could still reach the ruined temple safely if they took their time eliminating the monsters they encountered. Yet, even though 3 legendary monsters had already discovered them, none attacked them. Instead, these monsters merely stalked them while waiting for reinforcements. If this situation continued, their team would eventually face annihilation. The ruined mountain ranges monsters don't have their 5 senses suppressed. Their perception radius is much larger than ours, so they should have detected Crimson Mist's team and are gathering their strength to deal with all of us, Fiery Heart said with an ugly complexion. Right now, our only options are to either pull away from Crimson Mist's team and deal with those monsters, or stop immediately and let Crimson Mist's team pass us. However, despite what she said, Fiery Heart felt that both options were terrible for their team. If they chose to pull away from Crimson Mist's team, they would have to face nearly a 50-man team's worth of monsters. To make matters worse, 3 of these monsters were at the legendary rank. It would definitely be a tough battle if they chose to fight these monsters. Yet if they chose to wait for Crimson Mist's team to pass, although they could shift the monsters' attention to Crimson Mist's team, doing so would increase their exposure to the ruined mountain range's mysterious energy. How could she do this? Did she not notice us leaving? The female cleric said in exasperation, although never clearly stated. The various teams traveling from the cavern to the ruined temple knew that teams needed to maintain sufficient distance from each other when advancing to the ruined temple. Otherwise, the monsters would regard them as a single team, and both teams would suffer. Since their team was the first to set out, Crimson Mist should have waited at least 10 minutes before setting out with her team, making sure there was sufficient distance between their 2 teams. She should have noticed us leaving, but she probably doesn't care about such matters, Fiery Heart said with a wry smile. Someone capable of leading a 100-man team to the ruined temple naturally wouldn't be worried about going up against a 50-man team's worth of monsters. Even if this number increased several times, it still shouldn't be a big problem. To save time, Crimson Mist naturally wouldn't care about showing common courtesy to a small team like theirs. Should we stop now, Big Brother? Fiery Heart asked Sherfong through the team chat. If we continue advancing, we will have to face more and more monsters later on. Ignore them. We will continue advancing, Sherfong calmly replied. Is he not worried in the slightest? Fiery Heart couldn't help but be surprised by Sherfang's indifferent response. She never thought Sherfong would be confident enough to challenge Crimson Mist. Any player capable of reaching Tier 6 wouldn't be a fool. They would know how to accurately gauge their and their opponent's strengths. So, the fact that Sherfong had chosen to continue advancing meant that he was strong enough to deal with their current adversaries. Realizing this, Fiery Heart kept quiet and continued following Sherfong with her team. Meanwhile, over at Crimson Mist's team, under Crimson Mist's careful selection, her team comprised primarily level 200+ Tier 5 experts. As for the rest, although they were under level 200, they were all Tier 5 assassins, Tier 5 rangers, and Tier 5 swordsmen, classes with excellent mobility. In less than 3 minutes, the team arrived within 1,000 yards of Sherfang's team. This was also the limit of players' perception range in the ruined mountain range. They haven't stopped. Crimson Mist was slightly surprised when she saw Sherfang's team still advancing steadily in front. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3614. Chapter 688. Difference between sword gods. Chapter 3614. Chapter 688. Difference between sword gods. Chapter 688. Difference between sword gods. Why don't we stop for a moment, Vice Commander? That way, the gathered monsters will most certainly go for that group of people, and we can use the chance to overtake them. A middle-aged man who was a level 203, Tier 5 Guardian Knight from Eternal Glory suggested to Crimson Mist when he noticed that Shurfeng's team showed no signs of slowing down. Everything was as Fiery Heart assumed. They had indeed noticed Shurfeng's team leaving, but they did not care about dealing with more monsters. So they boldly departed without waiting in the hopes that Shurfeng's team would wisely step aside and let them go first. However, it was now obvious that Shurfeng's team was not sensible and had no intentions of stepping aside. In that case, all they could do was stop their advance temporarily to have the pursuing monsters start attacking Shurfeng's team. Then, they would use the chance to overtake Shurfeng's team. No need. They'll stop when the time comes, Crimson Mist indifferently said as she continued advancing in the ruined temple's direction. She didn't even glance at Shurfeng's team, showing no interest in them and regarding them as no more than pebbles on the roadside. Understood. The middle-aged Guardian Knight retreated to the side and stopped speaking. Crimson Mist might have chosen the most troublesome method to advance, which would ultimately cause them to be attacked by a portion of the pursuing monsters, but it still wasn't a problem for them. Shurfeng's team would be the only ones who would be in trouble. If Shurfeng's team still didn't know to repent over their decision, once the monsters amassed enough numbers to start attacking, there was a high chance they would get annihilated. Lunatic! That guy must be a lunatic. Why is he trying to challenge Crimson Mist? Running at the back of Crimson Mist's team, Crying Blade couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Shurfeng was still advancing steadily in front. Ever since Crimson Mist got promoted into a sword god and obtained a legendary weapon, the various powers had already regarded her as one of the 4 great sword gods, and her strength could rival Tier 6 gods of the same level. Even the 5 great super guilds' old monsters had nothing but praise for her, and they all felt that current Eternal Glory could already rival the Midnight Tea Party of old. So, it could be seen just how highly the 5 great super guilds' old monsters evaluated Crimson Mist. She simply wasn't an existence the average Tier 6 expert could hope to match. Currently, the number of monsters pursuing Shurfeng's team had already exceeded 100, and the number of legendary monsters had even reached 6. It should be known that the ruined mountain range's legendary monsters normally required a party of Tier 5 experts to deal with, and even Tier 6 experts could only suppress them in one-on-one situations. When facing 3 or 4 legendary monsters, a Tier 6 expert might not lose, but they would still be kept busy for a long time. Meanwhile, Shurfeng's team only had 18 members. With so few members, they were already at risk of annihilation if they were to go up against a monster horde of such size and quality. Yet, Shurfeng still insisted on competing against Crimson Mist. He simply had a death wish. As the distance between the 2 teams continued to shrink, the number of pursuing monsters also increased. 150, 200, 250, 6 legendary monsters, 10 legendary monsters, 15 legendary monsters. When Crimson Mist's team moved within 30 yards of Shurfeng's team, the monster count had already exceeded 300, and the number of legendary monsters reached 20. This situation caused every Tier 5 expert present to panic. At this time, even the previously calm Eternal Glory members were wearing heavy expressions. After all, the monsters had already outnumbered them by 3-1. There were also 20 level 195 plus legendary monsters. If these legendary monsters attacked together, they could kill even a Tier 6 player of the same level. Damn it! Is that sword god crazy? Is he aiming for mutual destruction? The middle-aged Guardian Knight from Eternal Glory fumed when he saw that Shurfeng still had no intentions of stopping. It was understandable for Shurfeng to want to compete against Crimson Mist. Even so, there was no need for him to risk his life. In fact, he had even put their lives on the line now. Shortly after the middle-aged guardian knight finished cursing, the pursuing monsters suddenly halted their stalking activities and started to attack both Shurfang's and Crimson Mist's teams. These monsters were lizardmen wielding skillfully crafted weapons, and they attacked in groups of 3 or 5 using combination techniques. With the help of these combination techniques, even those at the Tier 4 Mythic could exhibit power at the Tier 5 Peak Standard. Moreover, their attack rate was comparable to that of Tier 5 players. Boom, boom, boom. After the initial clash, the Tier 4 Lizardman Slaughters charging at the forefront had not only broken apart the formations of both teams, but they had also inflicted light injuries to all Tier 5 players present. Everyone, return to formation. Do not let them mess up our coordination. Fiery Heart promptly commanded after the initial clash. Activate the battle array. The middle-aged guardian knight from Eternal Glory gnashed his teeth as he commanded Eternal Glory's members to activate their trump card. Then he continued, all ranged DPS and healers gather together. All melee players form a circle. Do not get caught out alone. Immediately, both teams entered defensive formations in an orderly manner, neither getting distracted by the lizardmen's first wave of attack. Although the ruined mountain ranges monsters were highly intelligent, players were similarly intelligent. Not to mention, most players had engaged in group combat since their first day in God's domain, so compared to monsters, players were much more adept at working with each other. Most importantly, players had distinct class specializations. Tank classes were responsible for attracting enemy attacks, DPS classes for dealing damage, and healer classes for providing support. In contrast, monsters had no specializations, and those of the same race generally possessed the same skills and spells. There was no variation to speak of due to these points. So long as players kept calm, they could easily stabilize the situation and gradually occupy an advantageous position in group battles against monsters. While the Tier 5 players were engaging the Tier 4 Lizardman Slaughterers in battle, the legendary-ranked Lizardman heroes started their attack on Crimson Mist and Shurfang. The Lizardman heroes similarly moved in coordination, the 20 of them splitting into 2 groups of 10 to deal with the 2 Tier 6 players. They intended to distract the human team's 2 strongest combatants to give the other Lizardmen time to kill the other players. Get lost! After looking at the Lizardman heroes targeting her, Crimson Mist unsheathed the 2 long swords she carried on her back and brandished them. Like 2 dragons executing a tail swipe, the 2 weapons instantly sent the 10 Lizardman heroes flying. The sight exciting Crimson Mist's teammates. How strong! I can't believe she neutralized the 10 monsters combination technique and sent them flying. As expected of Crimson Mist, those legendary monsters are no match for her whatsoever. Crimson Mist's teammates all cast looks of admiration at her. After seeing her attack, they all felt that the battle before them was no longer a problem, and they couldn't help but grow excited. While Crimson Mist's teammates were immersed in excitement, Shurfang stood still and calmly looked at the 10 Lizardman heroes attacking him. Then, just as everyone thought that Shurfang had been scared silly, he took a step forward. Suddenly, a divine might rivaling that of primordial gods spread from Shurfang. Then, the 10 Lizardman heroes suddenly froze mid-air, as if they were petrified. A divine domain. Fiery Heart gaped in shock at this scene, and her eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3615, Chapter 689, SSS Rank Expert. Chapter 3615, Chapter 689, SSS Rank Expert. Chapter 689, SSS Rank Expert, a divine domain. How is this possible? Crying Blade couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the 10 Lizardman heroes standing frozen around Shurfang. The level 197 Lizardman heroes might only be Tier 5 legendary monsters, but each was strong enough to give the average Tier 6 expert of the same level a headache. If 10 of them worked together, they could even cause substantial damage to the Tier 6 expert in question. Only experts of Crimson Mist's caliber could send 10 Lizardman heroes flying with a single attack. Shifeng was only a level 178 player, so it was evident he had only gotten promoted to Tier 6 recently. Yet, he managed to immobilize the 10 Lizardman heroes attacking him simply by unleashing his divine might. This meant that his control over his divine might had already reached a level where he could already form the rumored divine domain. Divine domain. Even among the 5 great super guilds, the ability to form a divine domain was a divine technique that only 2 old monsters had successfully grasped. Meanwhile, so long as these 2 old monsters unleashed their divine domain, they would be invincible to existences below Tier 6. Be it monsters or players, everything below Tier 6 would be incapable of resisting them. While everyone was dazedly staring at the 10 immobilized Lizardman heroes, Shifeng unsheathed one of the longswords he carried around his waist and brandished it, instantly creating a galaxy of stars across the battlefield. Subsequently, the 10 Lizardman heroes and all other Lizardman monsters within a 1,000-yard radius of Shifeng were sent flying and crashing over 1,000 yards away, and all of them entered a heavily injured state. Is he a monster? The middle-aged guardian knight from Eternal Glory gasped at this scene. The act of heavily injuring 300-plus Lizardmen was simply unbelievable, even if most of them were only mythic monsters. If it was up to Crimson Mist, there was zero chance she could replicate such a feat. This wasn't to say that Crimson Mist didn't have the raw power to heavily injure over 300 mythic-ranked Lizardmen. Instead, it was because she lacked the ability to manipulate over 300 attacks to accurately circle around the players on the battlefield and strike only the Lizardmen. If Crimson Mist truly wished to heavily injure all of the Lizardmen in her vicinity, she would have no choice but to use an indiscriminate AoE attack. Meanwhile, after Shifeng's move, no more Lizardmen stood in the way of his team. "Let's go," Shifeng said as he looked at Fiery Heart and the other dazed members of his team. Then, he promptly continued on his way toward the ruined temple, showing no intentions whatsoever to stay and fight alongside Crimson Mist's team. Fiery Heart failed to react to Shifeng's words immediately. It wasn't until she closed her mouth with much effort that she had her teammates chase after Shifeng. As for Crimson Mist and her teammates, they simply watched as Shifeng's team left, unable to come up with any words. It wasn't until Shifeng's team had moved 1,000 yards away and the heavily injured Lizardmen had scattered from the battlefield that everyone snapped out of their daze. How can this be? Regret filled Crying Blade's heart as he watched Fiery Heart's group leave. Originally, Crying Blade thought the quickest and safest way to reach the ruined temple would be to join Crimson Mist's team. However, after seeing Shifeng's display of overwhelming strength, even a fool could tell that the best option to travel to the ruined temple would be to follow Shifeng. Moreover, because he had chosen Crimson Mist's team over Shifeng's team, he must have inadvertently offended Shifeng already. After this, even if he wanted to establish a connection with Shifeng, it would be incredibly difficult to do so. Who do you think that person is, Vice Commander? Not only does he know how to cast a divine domain, but his strength attribute is also through the roof. How have I not heard of him until now? The middle-aged guardian knight from Eternal Glory asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. With his capabilities, it should be impossible for him to stay unknown in God's domain. "I don't know who he is, either," Crimson Mist said, shaking her head. Then, she continued with certainty, "But that person shouldn't have mastered his divine domain yet. He hasn't mastered it." The middle-aged guardian knight grew confused. That can't be. None of those Lizardman heroes could move just now. He indeed immobilized those Lizardman heroes just now, but when I checked with my golden eyes, none of them were weakened, Crimson Mist explained. I once met one of those two old monsters while out roaming with the commander. When that old monster used his divine domain, all of the legendary monsters within range had their basic attributes weakened by 30%, but that person's divine might did not, so it should be incomplete and can only be considered a pseudo-divine domain. It was as Crimson Mist theorized. In reality, Shi Feng did not master the ability to form a divine domain. He had only managed to suppress the Lizardman heroes with his divine might because his concentration had reached the Tier 6 peak standard, and his life rating had improved substantially by virtue of his superior divine body. Even if it's not a complete divine domain, that person should still be strong enough to be regarded as an SSS rank expert, the middle-aged Guardian Knight said as he looked in the direction of Shi Feng's departure with expectant eyes. I truly did not think the ruined temple would attract so many SSS rank experts. After the 6th-ranked Divine Prodigy and the recently promoted Martial Fanatic, there is this hidden expert now. Things are going to get interesting at the ruined temple. I wonder what rank the commander can achieve now that she has advanced to Tier 6 as well. SSS rank experts were individuals who had successfully placed within the top 5 of an S-League season, and they were all qualified to participate in the 10 Saints League. Meanwhile, it had been a very long time since the ranking of God's Domain's SSS rank experts had changed. But following the ruined temple's appearance, many Tier 6 experts had decided to take action, so conflict between them would be inevitable. Among them, the clash between SSS rank experts was definitely the most anticipated by all players in God's Domain. All right, that's enough. We should quickly notify the commander about this matter, Crimson Mist said as she rolled her eyes at the middle-aged Guardian Knight. What? Now, hearing Crimson Mist's intentions, the middle-aged Guardian Knight worriedly said, but if we inform the commander of such a powerful hidden expert now, what if she fails to resist her urges and challenge him right away? Wouldn't we miss the opportunity of a lifetime? Apart from searching the ruined temple for treasures, their goal in exploring the ruined temple this time was to solidify the Eternal Glory Adventure team's position in God's Domain. After all, 2 of Eternal Glory's members had successfully advanced to Tier 6 recently. The Adventurer team's strength was no longer the same as before. Meanwhile, under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to see 2 SSS rank experts in the same place, much less see them clashing. Although it still wasn't certain that a clash would occur between SSS rank experts at the ruined temple, their performances there would make it possible for comparisons to be made. This would, in turn, create a good opportunity for Eternal Glory to make a name for itself in God's Domain. We cannot hide this information. After all, there are only a few such experts in God's Domain, and every move they make is of great significance, Crimson Mist said. Then a hint of expectation appeared in her eyes as she continued. Also, between that person and the commander, aren't you curious to find out who is stronger? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3616, Chapter 690, Astonishing Ruined Temple. Chapter 3616, Chapter 690, Astonishing Ruined Temple. Chapter 690. Astonishing Ruined Temple. Time passed quickly. After running for about 10 hours, Shi Feng, Fiery Heart, and the others arrived before the ruined temple that was situated in the ruined mountain range's central area. The ruined temple sat on top of a mountain shrouded by thunderclouds. The presence of these thunderclouds made it so that even Tier 6 gods would only dare to travel to the ruined temple on foot. If they tried to fly, they would put themselves at risk of getting vaporized by lightning. Amazing! How many experts have come to the ruined temple? Fiery Heart was both shocked and excited when she saw the hundreds of thousands of players gathered outside the ruined temple. Normally, S-League participants were incredibly hard to meet in God's domain. Yet, many of them could be seen gathered in the plaza before the ruined temple right now. She even spotted more than 30 of God's domain's elusive Tier 6 experts. It felt as if she was attending the God's Domain Association's International 10 Saints League, starting a team to explore the ruined temple's chapel area, recruiting only level 200-plus Tier 5 experts with 6-piece level 200-plus epic equipment sets, recruiting members to explore the graveyard area. We have a former Tier 6 S-League expert leading us. All drops and treasure chests will be auctioned internally, accepting only level 200-plus Tier 5 A-League experts. Only 15 slots remain. Selling 3 7 Luminaries treasure chests fresh out of the ruined temple, each for only 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Come and try your luck at obtaining a fragmented legendary item. Aside from players recruiting for teams to explore the ruined temple, the plaza also had many players selling the loot they acquired from the temple. Many of the players who had just arrived at the ruined temple couldn't help but drool at this sight, as they didn't think there would be people selling 7 Luminaries treasure chests. 7 Luminaries treasure chests were one of the highest-ranking treasure chests available in God's domain. Even the worst item players could obtain from one would be a piece of top-tier epic equipment. Not to mention, the 7 Luminaries treasure chests being sold were obtained from the ruined temple, a level 200-plus ancient ruin. The chances of obtaining a fragmented legendary weapon or equipment from them were bound to be higher than from 7 Luminaries treasure chests obtained from other places. Although the price of each 7 Luminaries treasure chest was exorbitant, so long as one could obtain a fragmented legendary item from them, one would instantly recover their cost and make a huge profit on top of it. After all, any random piece of fragmented legendary equipment could be sold for tens of thousands of units of 7 Luminaries crystal. If it was a top-tier piece, it could even be sold for more than 100,000 units. When Fiery Heart and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be astonished by the potential harvests available in the ruined temple. Normally, players who obtained a 7 Luminaries treasure chest would never publicize their harvests. Instead, they would gamble on their luck and secretly open it themselves. After all, even if they failed to obtain a fragmented legendary item, so long as they could obtain a top-tier design or recipe, they could still make a significant sum of 7 Luminaries crystals. Yet, there were now players willing to sell the 7 Luminaries treasure chests they acquired. This meant that the drop rate for 7 Luminaries treasure chests was considerably high in the ruined temple. Otherwise, there was no way these players would be willing to take the conservative route and settle for just 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Meanwhile, after Shifeng and the others arrived before the ruined temple's entrance, Fiery Heart suddenly turned to Shifeng and asked, "Would you consider joining our team, Big Brother?" Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion isn't comparable to the 5 great super guilds, the team we sent here is top tier across God's domain. Our guild leader will also offer you a satisfactory price. Fiery Heart had already gained a good understanding of Shifeng's strength on their way here. He could absolutely be considered an SSS rank expert. Meanwhile, an expert of such caliber could be of massive help to any team. If she could invite Shifeng to join the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's exploration team, she would be making a huge contribution to the guild. However, before Shifeng could respond, a pleasant female voice suddenly interjected. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might have dispatched a top-tier team to explore the ruined temple, but compared to joining the pavilion, it would be much better if you joined Eternal Glory's team. The owner of the voice was a woman who had just stepped out of the ruined temple. The woman wore a silvery gray mage robe and wielded a jade staff. The mana gathered around her was of a solid state, and it was comparable to the mana of Tier 6 gods. The woman was also at level 210, her level being much higher than most of the Tier 6 experts present in the plaza. Following the woman's appearance, a commotion occurred in the plaza. My God! It's Ji Lorong. Eternal Glory's commander is actually here as well. Wait, she's a Tier 6 mage god now. She actually succeeded in her promotion. Many of the experts present recognized the woman in the silvery gray mage robe, and all of them couldn't help but look at her in surprise. However, they were surprised not simply because Ji Lorong was the Eternal Glory Adventurer Team's commander, but also because she had successfully advanced from a Tier 5 Grand Wizard to a Tier 6 Mage God. Eternal Glory was one of God's Domain's top-ranking adventurer teams, and a large part of how it achieved its current position was because of its commander, Ji Lorong. In the past, despite being only at Tier 5, Ji Lorong had successfully killed multiple Tier 6 experts when she involved herself in a chaotic war between the various superpowers. As a result, even though she was not at Tier 6, the God's Domain Association still regarded her as an SSS rank expert. Many people even felt that should Ji Lorong successfully advance to Tier 6, she could secure herself a spot among the 10 saints. Unfortunately, Ji Lorong never managed to advance to Tier 6, and her name gradually faded from everyone's minds after the war between the various superpowers ended. But now, hello, I am Ji Lorong, commander of the Eternal Glory Adventurer Team. Under everyone's gaze, Ji Lorong approached Shifeng and introduced herself with a smile. May I know if you are interested in joining Eternal Glory's team? I can assure you that you will obtain a much more bountiful harvest with us than with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, especially now that the pavilion is getting obstructed inside the ruined temple. Obstructed? Ji Lorong's words piqued Shifeng's curiosity. What do you mean by that? Shifeng wasn't surprised that Ji Lorong would approach him. He was quite familiar with Ji Lorong in his previous life, so he knew she was a combat enthusiast. If she suddenly learned of a powerful hidden expert appearing within her vicinity, she would most certainly try to approach and interact with said expert. It's not much of a secret. Everyone operating in the library area should know of this matter by now, Ji Lorong said. A new team dungeon has recently appeared in the library area, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team and a couple of members from an upstart guild called Zero Wing are trying to enter it. But because the pavilion's guild leader offended the Flower of Seven Sins some years ago, the latter's team is currently obstructing the pavilion's team from entering the team dungeon. Right now, the pavilion's team can't even take the team dungeon's entrance test, let alone enter the dungeon. So, if you're considering joining the pavilion's team, I advise you to abandon the idea. The Flower of Seven Sins isn't an existence the average person can afford to provoke. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3617, Chapter 691, Ancient Human. Chapter 3617, Chapter 691, Ancient Human. Chapter 691, Ancient Human. Fiery Heart's complexion turned pale when she heard Ji Lorong's words. Anxiously, she asked, "Is my guild leader all right, Commander Ji?" The Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental assassin organization specializing in killing players for money in God's domain. Apart from the Flower of Seven Sins' internally nurtured experts, other experts could also take on commissions from the Flower of Seven Sins to earn money and resources. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 99% of assassinations in God's domain were related to the Flower of Seven Sins, and even the 5 great super guilds had suffered at the hands of the organization. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was butting heads with the Flower of Seven Sins, it would absolutely spell disaster for the pavilion. If the guild leader got killed by the Flower of Seven Sins, not only would she lose some of her top-tier equipment, but the Phoenix Pavilion might also start to have difficulty keeping the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion under check. They haven't started to fight yet. Last I saw them, Ji Lorong said. Then, In a slightly disappointed tone, she continued, "If not for that team dungeon that has recently popped up, I really would have wanted to trade a few blows with that guild leader of yours. The sin of Wrath's newly promoted commander should also make for a good opponent. Whether it was Phoenix Rain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's current guild leader, or Bloodsand, the newly promoted commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Sin of Wrath, both were legendary individuals in God's domain, and rumored to be as strong as the 10 Saints. So, they were the perfect sparring partners for Ji Luorong now that she had finally advanced to Tier 6. Meanwhile, Fiery Heart sighed in relief when she heard Ji Luorong's answer. If a fight were to break out between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins in the ruined temple, it would most likely be a life-or-death situation. But there should still be room for reconciliation if a fight hadn't started between the two. "Can you bring me there to take a look, Commander Ji?" Shifeng asked. Shifeng's words surprised Ji Luorong. With a hint of confusion in her eyes, she asked, "There's a good chance a fight will break out. Are you sure you want to go?" The conflict between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team and the Flower of Seven Sins team wasn't just a simple clash between two-player teams. Instead, it was a clash between two powers. If a third party dared to get close to the battlefield, the two parties would immediately deem them as an enemy trying to take advantage of the situation, and both of them would prioritize eliminating this third party above all else. This was also why Ji Luorong had chosen not to involve herself in the conflict and came out to meet Shifeng instead. Naturally, Ji Luorong did not think that an expert of Shifeng's caliber would be ignorant of such matters. "I'm sure." Shifeng nodded affirmatively. His goal in returning to his home god's domain was to gather Zero Wing's new recruits. Now that he knew some of Zero Wing's members were in the ruined temple's library area and were about to come to blows with the Flower of Seven Sins, he naturally had to go and take a look at the situation. "Are you going as well, big brother?" Fiery Heart's complexion brightened when she heard Shifeng's intentions. Assuming that the two sides had yet to start fighting, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were to gain an SSS rank expert in such a situation, the Flower of Seven Sins would definitely reconsider taking action. "Of course. It's not that often I get to watch such a huge fight," Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at Fiery Heart's expectant look. "All right, then. If you want to take a look, I will accompany you," Ji Luorong said, accepting Shifeng's request without hesitation. At the same time, a look of interest appeared on her face. Anyone looking to poke their noses into a clash between two powers must pay for their actions. If Ji Luorong was by herself, she definitely wouldn't try to involve herself with the affairs of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins. After all, even if she had successfully gotten promoted to Tier 6, she still wasn't confident in going up against all the apex experts of the two powers. But it was a different story if she had Shifeng by her side. Shifeng was an SSS rank expert, highly praised by even Crimson Mist. Ji Luorong wouldn't mind sinking her feet into these muddy waters with such an expert by her side. Subsequently, Ji Luorong led Shifeng and the others into the ruined temple. The inside of the ruined temple was many times bigger than it looked from the outside. As soon as players stepped through the temple's entrance, it would be as if they had just entered a miniature world. Meanwhile, the inside of the temple was split into 4 primary areas: the chapel area, the graveyard area, the library area, and the living area. The chapel area was the safest of the 4 areas, as it was only a level 190 to level 200 map. All team dungeons that randomly appeared in it were also at level 200 and below. It was a considerably safe area, even for Tier 5 players. The graveyard and library areas were level 200 plus maps. They were much more dangerous than the chapel area, and even Tier 6 players had a considerable chance of dying. They were also the main activity areas for the main forces of first-rate powers and above. The living area was the most dangerous of the 4 areas. It was a level 225 plus map, and Tier 6 players would have an extremely high chance of dying in it if they were below level 220. Meanwhile, under Ji Luorong's lead, Shifeng and the others quickly traveled across the ruined temple. Then, after advancing for about 2 hours, they arrived at an ancient-looking library that measured 300 meters in height. Currently, standing in front of the library's entrance was a 3-meter-tall man. The giant of a man wore a white, holy robe and carried a greatsword that was as long as he was tall on his back. Although the man was only standing still with his eyes closed and his arms crossed in front of his chest, he exuded an aura rivaling primordial beasts. Minus, hero, ancient human, tier 6, level 205 HP? Behind Minus was a pitch-black portal that served as a Team Dungeon's teleportation gate. At this time, though, a magic barrier covering a 500-yard radius was erected around Minus. It was obvious that players must complete some kind of test before they could enter the Team Dungeon. Apart from the Team Dungeon, Shifeng and the others also saw a heated battle taking place outside the barrier. The battle was between 2 teams of players. One team consisted of less than 100 members, and 2 different guild emblems could be spotted in this team. The other team had more than 200 members, but none wore a guild emblem. In addition, all of these players' names were bright red, with a few even being colored black. They also exuded bloodlust visible to the naked eye, something that couldn't be seen on the average red player. We were still too late. Fiery Heart's complexion turned ugly when she saw that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of 7 Sins had started fighting already. Currently, a level 212, tier 6 female elementalist from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could be seen fighting against a level 211, tier 6 male berserker and a level 210, tier 6 male assassin. Although the female elementalist vaguely held the upper hand in their fight, the same could not be said for the 2 other tier 6 experts on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's side. Of these 2 other tier 6 experts, both wore a 6-winged guild emblem. Among them, one was a level 211 tier 6 female assassin, and her opponents were 3 level 210 tier 6 black players. Although the female assassin did her best to defend herself, her HP steadily fell over time. As for the other, she was a level 210 tier 6 female elementalist, and her opponents were 2 tier 6 black players. Although she wasn't losing much of her HP, she could barely hold her ground against her opponents. At a glance, it was obvious that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was at a disadvantage. As expected of the Demon Queen, she's actually holding her ground against Blood Sand and his vice commander Hyena, Ji Luorong said in a tone of admiration as she watched Phoenix Rain manipulate a sea of flames against her 2 opponents. While Blood Sand might have been promoted into the Sin of Wrath's commander only recently, nobody in God's domain would dare to underestimate him. This was because he had successfully assassinated an old monster from mythology, one of the 5 great super guilds. Yet, despite simultaneously going up against Blood Sand and his vice commander Hyena, Phoenix Rain did not show the slightest hint of weakness. Phoenix Rain's strength far exceeded Ji Luorong's understanding of her. While Ji Luorong, Shifeng, and the others were observing the clash between the 2 powers, the 2 powers experts also noticed their arrival. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3618, Chapter 692, Zero Wings Guild Leader. Chapter 3618, Chapter 692, Zero Wings Guild Leader. Chapter 692, Zero Wings Guild Leader. As soon as the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of 7 Sins noticed Shifeng's group, as if they had premeditated it, they promptly ceased fighting and separated into 2 groups. Why is that madwoman back? Phoenix Rain frowned as she looked at Ji Luorong. Ji Luorong was famous for being a battle maniac in God's domain. Even when she was still at Tier 5, she had participated in many wars involving the various superpowers, and the Tier 6 experts she had killed to date numbered as many as 8. Now that Ji Luorong had successfully advanced to Tier 6, even Phoenix Rain dared not underestimate her. If Ji Luorong was looking to get herself involved in the battle between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins, she could absolutely affect the entire state of the battle. Her participation might even lead to one side suffering a tragic defeat. Ji Luorong, what is the meaning of this? Are you thinking of starting a war with us? Bloodsand coldly looked at Ji Luorong. Has Eternal Glory been prospering so much lately that you want it erased from God's domain? Admittedly, the Eternal Glory Adventure team had grown much stronger now that Ji Luorong and Crimson Mist had successfully advanced to Tier 6. The current Eternal Glory was so strong that even superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would need to be wary of it. However, it was a different story for the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental power in God's domain, and it stood on a completely different level than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the eyes of the Flower of Seven Sins, even the 5 great super guilds were not worthy of its fear. It should be known that the 5 great super guilds were publicly acknowledged as the 5 strongest guilds in God's domain, and each of them had existed for more than a century. The foundations they had built up for themselves far exceeded any other guild. So, if the Flower of Seven Sins didn't even fear the 5 great super guilds, even less needed to be said about the Eternal Glory Adventurer team. Don't get so riled up. I'm not here to pick a fight, Ji Luorong said, and smiled in response to Bloodsand's questioning. I only brought someone here to take a look. Take a look. Bloodsand grew even more agitated after hearing Ji Luorong's answer. Coldly, he said, "Who's the bastard with the death wish?" Hearing Bloodsand's words, Fiery Heart, who stood next to Shifeng, couldn't help but grow worried. The Flower of Seven Sins had always operated fearlessly in God's domain, and any individual or power who dared to provoke the organization would never have a good end. This time, Bloodsand and his team were targeting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team because of a personal grudge between Phoenix Rain and a big shot from the Flower of Seven Sins. It wasn't actually the Flower of Seven Sins' grudge. However, it would be a completely different story if someone tried to spectate the Flower of Seven Sins' activities. Anyone who did so would be offending the entire Flower of Seven Sins. The last superpower that had provoked the Flower of Seven Sins had long been erased from God's domain. This was also why Bloodsand dared to threaten to eliminate the Eternal Glory Adventurer team. If even superpowers were not safe from the Flower of Seven Sins, it goes without saying the organization could easily eliminate any individual player who had provoked it. In fact, if the Flower of Seven Sins was serious, it could permanently erase even existences as strong as the 10 Saints. Meanwhile, when Phoenix Rain heard Ji Luorong's answer, she couldn't help but look at Ji Luorong in surprise. Could it be an old monster from one of the 5 great super guilds? Phoenix Rain instinctively deemed that whoever had come to spectate must be someone from the 5 great super guilds. Moreover, it should be someone of great status, such as the 5 great super guilds' old monsters. After all, only individuals with such strength and status would dare to provoke the Flower of Seven Sins. However, even after looking through Ji Luorong's group several times, Phoenix Rain failed to find anyone who could be this old monster. Aside from Shifeng, who was a level 178, Tier 6 swordsman, everyone else in Ji Luorong's group was a member of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Before Phoenix Rain could come to further conclusions, Shifeng calmly looked at Bloodsand and said, "So what if I'm here to watch your fight? What do you take the Flower of Seven Sins as? An apex power?" Following Shifeng's words, silence briefly enveloped the entire battlefield. Who is he? Is this guy crazy? Whether it was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members or Ji Luorong, they all looked at Shi Feng in shock. This was already beyond having a death wish. Not even the 5 great super guilds guild leaders would dare say such words to the Flower of Seven Sins. Good. Very good. Glaring at Shi Feng, Bloodsand coldly said, "Although I don't know who you are, since you dare to poke your nose into the Flower of Seven Sins business, it doesn't matter even if you have the 5 great super guilds backing you. Nobody can save you today." As soon as Bloodsand finished speaking, Hyena and the 5 black players from the Flower of Seven Sins suddenly charged at Shi Feng at lightning speeds. Their actions were so fast and sudden that even Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong failed to react to them immediately. However, just as Hyena and the 5 black players were about to reach Shi Feng, 2 figures suddenly intercepted them. "Shadow Flower, Purple, what are you 2 trying to do?" Hyena glared at the 2 women before him in anger and confusion. Does Zero Wing intend to protect that person? Now that a third party had appeared, the personal grudge between the Flower of Seven Sins and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion should logically be set aside temporarily. Yet, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye had intercepted their group, essentially declaring that they wished to make an enemy out of the entire Flower of Seven Sins. Such behavior was incredibly confusing. "Shadow Flower, Purple Eye, have you 2 lost your minds?" Phoenix Rain was similarly surprised by the 2 women's actions. She couldn't understand why they would try to protect that swordsman. Although it is not our wish to do so, he is our guild leader. Shadow Flower, the former guild leader of the 100 Flower Palace, said with a wry smile as she looked at Phoenix Rain. TL notes, 1 Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, Shadow Flower, 100 Flower Palace's guild leader Purple Eye, an expert from the Star Alliance / Galaxy Past's assistant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3619, Chapter 693, 10 Saints. Chapter 3619, Chapter 693, 10 Saints. Chapter 693, 10 Saints. Your guild leader? Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock when she heard Shadow Flower's response. Zero Wing. This was a guild that had been established only recently in God's domain, and it experienced a meteoric rise that confused many players and powers. Whether it was the Star Alliance or the 100 Flower Palace, both were large guilds with strong potential to become superpowers in the future. They also had many talented rookies who had made a name for themselves in God's domain's A-League, and it wouldn't be strange for them to advance to Tier 6 in the future. Yet, despite having such excellent circumstances, the Star Alliance and the 100 Flower Palace had both chosen to disband and merge into Zero Wing. Apart from them, Mysterious Moon, another first-rate guild, had similarly chosen to merge into Zero Wing. Zero Wing's appearance had shaken the entire God's domain. After all, this was a merger of 3 first-rate guilds they were talking about. Among them, there were even pseudo-superpowers like the Star Alliance and the 100 Flower Palace. The combined strength of these 3 guilds could strike fear into even veteran superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In fact, in terms of Tier 6 experts, Zero Wing already had more than what some veteran super guilds possessed. This was also why Phoenix Rain had chosen to partner with Zero Wing to explore the ruined temple this time. Meanwhile, seeing as Zero Wing could convince 3 first-rate guilds to merge into one guild, many people, including Phoenix Rain, felt that whoever was helming the guild must possess unbelievable strength and connections. So, what was up with this level 178, Tier 6 swordsman? You are Zero Wing's guild leader. Ji Luorong couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Feng in surprise. Ji Luorong had a much better understanding of Shadow Flower than Phoenix Rain. The woman was incredibly ambitious, so much so that she dreamed of one day having the 100-Flower Palace stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great super guilds. It was because of this that Ji Luorong found it unbelievable when she initially heard Shadowflower had disbanded the 100-Flower Palace and had all of its members join Zero Wing. For a time, she even suspected that Zero Wing was a product of the Green God Corporation. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why an ambitious person like Shadowflower would disband the 100-Flower Palace. After all, the 100-Flower Palace's growth potential was superior to even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, let alone the Star Alliance. It was just that this matter was something only Ji Luorong knew. As for how the 100-Flower Palace could have such potential, it was because of 2 factors. Firstly, it was because Shadowflower herself was an SSS rank expert. Secondly, it was because Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, 2 of the 100-Flower Palace's vice guild leaders, had the potential to become SSS rank experts. While SSS rank experts might be exceedingly rare to most superpowers, that was not the case for the 100-Flower Palace. That's right. I am Zero Wing's guild leader, Shifeng said, smiling as he looked at the shocked look on Ji Luorong. Surprised? Of course. How can I not be surprised? Ji Luorong retorted as she looked at Shifeng's smiling face. We are talking about Zero Wing's guild leader here. Until now, everyone has been guessing that Zero Wing's guild leader is actually an old monster from the Green God Corporation. How can you be so young? Am I not allowed to be Zero Wing's guild leader simply because I am young? Shifeng chuckled. That's not what I meant. After reorganizing her thoughts, Ji Luorong said, what I'm saying is that Zero Wing's guild leader should be an expert capable of ranking among the 10 saints. Otherwise, there's no way someone like Shadowflower would willingly submit to Zero Wing. The 10 saints? That's not a hard standard to achieve, Shifeng said. If you join Zero Wing, I promise you can reach it in a day. A day? Keep on boasting. Ji Luorong rolled her eyes at Shifeng. She did not believe his words in the slightest. The 10 saints represented the apex of combat power in their god's domain. Although there were still some hidden old monsters who had chosen not to compete for a position among the 10 saints, the 10 saints were still part of the strongest group of experts in their god's domain. Meanwhile, the condition to become one of the 10 saints was incredibly stringent. Not only did players need to have sufficiently high combat standards, but they would also need to have sufficiently good weapons and equipment. Simply having one legendary weapon wouldn't suffice. Players would need at least several pieces of legendary equipment paired with a legendary weapon. However, legendary weapons and equipment were incredibly rare in God's domain. Even for the 5 great super guilds, it was incredibly difficult for them to equip a player with so many legendary items. Naturally, it would be even more difficult for other guilds to accomplish it. As for independent players or members of adventurer teams, it would take nothing short of a miracle for them to accomplish such a feat throughout their god's domain's history. Only one player had managed to join the ranks of the 10 saints without being backed by a guild. That person was a legendary individual, and they were also ranked as the number 1 expert on the god's domain experts list at the time. Only that person had disappeared all of a sudden, and rarely would anybody talk about them nowadays. Although Ji Luorong was confident in her strength, she knew she still had a long way to go to match the 10 saints. She would need at least several more years of accumulation before she could truly try to challenge those individuals. Yet, Shifeng was saying that so long as she joined Zero Wing, he would need only a day to give her the strength of the 10 saints. No matter how she looked at it, Shifeng must be joking with her. What if I can do it? Shifeng chuckled when he saw how Ji Luorong was doubting him, his words filled with provocation and temptation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3620, Chapter 694. One move to slay the 7 sins. Chapter 3620, Chapter 694. One move to slay the 7 sins. Chapter 694. One move to slay the 7 sins. How can he still talk to someone else so casually after provoking the flower of 7 sins? Does he really think Shadow Flower and Purple Eye can protect him? When Phoenix Rain saw Shifeng leisurely conversing with Jiluoren, confusion colored her pale golden eyes. She had met and clashed with many people in her time leading the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and this wealth of experience had given her the ability to discern a person's inner emotions. Whether a person was secretly feeling anger, fear, or hesitation, she could tell with just a glance. Because of this ability, she could often gain the upper hand over her opponent, whether in battle or negotiations. This, in turn, allowed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to achieve much greater heights under her leadership. Logically, now that Shifeng had provoked the flower of 7 sins, an organization feared by all in God's domain, he should be feeling fearful, if not worried, at the very least. After all, even the 5 great super guilds' guild leaders would feel a hint of anxiety if they ended up provoking the flower of 7 sins. However, the only emotion Phoenix Rain could see in Shifeng was calmness. It was as if what he just did was insignificant, and the flower of 7 sins, 7 tier, 6 experts were of no threat to him. In the meantime, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye looked like they were going up against a mighty foe as they faced Hyena's group of 6. They focused all their 5 senses on the group, not daring to relax in the slightest. After all, while they might be apex experts in God's domain, their chances of victory were still slim if they had to go up against 6 of the Flower of 7 Sins Tier 6 experts simultaneously. They would be walking a tightrope, and a single mistake could spell their doom. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with our guild leader, Palace Masterflower? Purple Eye asked Shadow Flower, exasperated by Shifeng's behavior. The Star Alliance's merger into Zero Wing was handled fully by Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader. Although Purple Eye was a Grand Elder of the Star Alliance, she did not know the details surrounding the merger, and she only agreed to it because she trusted in Galaxy Past's judgment of the future. As a result, she did not know anything else about Black Flame besides him being Zero Wing's guild leader and the #1 player in the miniature ancient world. Purple Eye couldn't be faulted for her ignorance. Most players developing on the main continent did not pay attention to the miniature ancient world's affairs. This was because most of those who had entered the miniature ancient world were either new players or players looking for a new beginning after failing to succeed on the main continent. In the real world, most people still placed all of their attention on the main continent, wanting to make a name for themselves amidst countless famous experts. After all, the main continent's resources were far more abundant than the miniature ancient world. Although the main continent's various powers had indeed sent some members to develop in the miniature ancient world, most had done so with a mentality of testing the waters. Few had mobilized noteworthy amounts of manpower and strength. However, it was a different story for the 100 Flower Palace. The 100 Flower Palace had invested heavily into the miniature ancient world, going as far as to send 2 of its vice guild leaders who had the potential to advance to Tier 6 to the miniature ancient world. In addition, with how ambitious of a person Shadow Flower was, the fact that she would choose to merge the 100 Flower Palace into Zero Wing proved that she understood Zero Wing well. Otherwise, she would never take such a crazy action. If we are speaking solely about combat standards, our guild leader should rank within the top 3 of our god's domain, Shadow Flower said, after giving Purple Eye's question some thought. Then, she hesitantly continued, although he is currently rather low-leveled, he should be able to handle one of the Flower of 7 Sins Black players. Based on Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ruse accounts, Shifeng was undoubtedly a 5th floor expert. Moreover, he had mastered at least one gold combat technique. If not for the 5 great super guilds having 2 unreasonably strong old monsters, Shadowflower would dare say that Sure Feng could rank number 1 in their god's domain. However, combat standards did not represent all of a player's strength in God's domain. Levels also played a vital role. If the level difference between 2 players got too large, it might create a gap in basic attributes and physique so large that it could not be bridged by technique alone. Not to mention, level 200 was a major turning point for players. In Shadowflower's opinion, Sure Feng would not stand a chance if he were to fight against a 4th floor expert like Hyena. But if it was the Flower of 7 Sins Black players, who were only at the Domain Realm standard, he should be able to hold his ground. Only one black player. Purple Eye's expression grew solemn when she heard Shadowflower's answer. If that's the case, our only choice is to escape. Otherwise, once Blood Sand takes action, none of us can leave this place alive. Previously, they could only hold their ground against the Flower of 7 Sins 7 Tier 6 experts because they were working together with Phoenix Rain. Now that Phoenix Rain's stance remained unclear, they could only hope for her presence to keep Blood Sand in check. This would leave them having to deal with 6 of the Flower of 7 Sins Tier 6 experts. And with Sure Feng being able to deal with only one black player, nothing would change. But they would be doomed once Blood Sand deemed it safe to take action, finally starting to feel scared. Hyena smirked when he saw Purple Eye vaguely showing intentions to retreat. But don't you think it's a little too late? As soon as Hyena finished speaking, he suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, 3 black players attacked Shadowflower, while the remaining 2 attacked Purple Eye, giving them no opportunities to run to Sure Feng's aid. Damn it! When Shadowflower saw Hyena disappearing, she immediately activated her Tier 6 Legacy skill Dark Phantom and split into 5 copies of herself. Each of these doppelgangers had 100% of her basic attributes. They could also use all of her skills and spells. However, they could only last a minute, and the skill had a 1-hour cooldown. After activating Dark Phantom, Shadowflower had her doppelgangers intercept Hyena. However, even after focusing all their senses on scanning the surrounding area, they failed to locate Hyena's presence. Hyena's stealth capabilities were unbelievable, and it was as if he did not exist in this space. Meanwhile, Hyena's disappearance also interrupted Ji Lurong, who had been deep in thought. Then she turned to Sure Feng and asked, "Do you need my help?" Ji Lurong was very interested in Sure Feng's offer. Although she still didn't fully trust his words, she wouldn't simply stand by and watch Hyena kill Sure Feng. No need. It's only a 4th floor expert, Sure Feng said, shaking his head. Then he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and brandished it. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, numerous sword lights intersected, and a galaxy of stars covering a 1,000-yard radius appeared with Sure Feng at its center. Hundreds of stars circled around Sure Feng, each carrying the strength of a level 200 Tier 6 god. Even level 200 divine monsters would be sent flying if these stars struck them. After the Winter of Eternal Night was upgraded to the legendary rank, Sure Feng's basic attributes skyrocketed. Even at level 178, his basic attributes could already closely rival level 200 Tier 6 gods. Even in his home god's domain, his basic attributes could already rank at the top. This was also why he dared to return to his home god's domain. Not to mention, he also had a superior divine body to enhance his mana and reactions. A moment later, Sure Feng sheathed his weapon, and the galaxy of stars faded out of existence. At the same time, a short figure fell out of the void and collapsed on the ground, the person's equipment in tatters and body covered in bone-deep cuts. The person's HP bar was also empty, indicating that they had become a corpse. Meanwhile, this short figure was none other than Hyena, the person who had vanished just a moment ago. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36:21, Chapter 6:95, same production. Chapter 36:21, Chapter 6:95, same production. Chapter 6:95, same production. Hyena's dead. How did he die? What did that swordsman do? Everyone present, whether it was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions or the Flower of Seven Sins members, couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw the scene before them. Hyena was the sin of Wrath's vice commander and second strongest member after Blood Sand. He was only slightly weaker than Shadow Flower and Purple Eye in overall strength, and he had incredible stealth capabilities. With sufficient preparations, he could successfully assassinate even Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Isn't he a little too strong? Purple Eye couldn't help but gasp as she looked at Hyena's corpse. At the same time, she couldn't help but suspect Shadow Flower of messing with her before. He should be able to handle one of the Flower of Seven Sins black players? What kind of nonsense was that? It should be known that Shadow Flower was very skilled at detecting signs of life. Yet, even she had failed to detect Hyena when he was under stealth. In contrast, despite being only a level 178 sword god, Shifeng managed to kill Hyena in one move and accomplished it before Hyena revealed himself. His strength was already beyond Purple Eye's comprehension. He's comparable to a level 200 tier 6 god. Shadow Flower was equally shocked by this turn of events, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Shifeng's calm figure. Shifeng's strength was miles apart from what she heard from Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue. How did you do it? Ji Luorong asked in confusion as she watched Shifeng sheath his sword. Hyena had already developed his stealth capabilities to a level where even the current 10 saints could not detect him. If it were up to the 10 saints, they would have to wait until Hyena attacked them before executing a targeted response. Not to mention, Shifeng had even killed Hyena in one move. Admittedly, Shifeng's attack that had reached the standard of a level 200 tier 6 god was very powerful. However, it definitely wasn't enough to kill Hyena. After all, Hyena was a level 210 tier 6 assassin equipped with a legendary dagger. The rest of his equipment was also at the fragmented legendary rank. Even if he fought against an actual level 200 tier 6 god, he could survive for a long time. Yet, Hyena failed to survive even one move against Shifeng. This situation confused Ji Luorong greatly, and she couldn't understand how Shifeng had accomplished this feat, no matter how she thought about it. It's nothing special. Seeing the confusion on Ji Luorong's face, Shifeng nonchalantly said, "He might have concealed himself well, but his concealment is pointless in front of my sixth sense. His reaction speed also can't keep up with my attack rate, so it's only natural for him to die." Under the same basic attributes, 5th floor experts had an insurmountable advantage over 4th floor experts. No matter what a 4th floor expert tried to do, all of their actions would be laid bare in front of a 5th floor expert. Meanwhile, with this knowledge, a 5th floor expert could effortlessly misdirect a 4th floor expert's movements and attack trajectories, creating many opportunities to bypass the 4th floor expert's defenses. Not to mention, although Shifeng was only at level 178, he was vastly superior to Hyena in both basic attributes and physique. So, it was only natural for him to kill Hyena in one exchange. However, despite how casually Shifeng described his actions, Ji Luorong still couldn't help but be shocked. It's only natural for him to die. Ji Luorong didn't know how Shifeng could speak such words so nonchalantly. After all was said and done, Hyena was a tier 6 4th floor expert. He was an existence whom even the 10 saints could not kill in one move. In fact, Ji Luorong doubted she was any stronger than Hyena. Yet, Shifeng spoke as if experts of her caliber were nothing but a bunch of noobs. Meanwhile, after this sudden turn of events, Blood Sand, who had been warily watching Phoenix Rain's movements, couldn't help but turn to look at Shifeng with a grim expression. Currently, his gaze no longer contained the calmness and anger it had before. Instead, deep-seated fear had replaced it. He never thought Shifeng could be this strong. Only before Blood Sand and everyone else could react, Shifeng suddenly appeared before the Flower of Seven Sins' 5 black players and executed swords orbit once more. Although the 5 black players had instinctively activated their life-saving skills and tried to flee, they lasted no more than 2 seconds in the face of Shifeng's sword lights, and they dropped numerous weapons and equipment following their death. It was a fight that couldn't even be considered a fight. Everyone was stunned once again. These were 5 Tier 6 experts they were talking about. Yet, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Previously, everyone still found Shifeng's achievement of killing Hyena in one move a little unrealistic. After all, Hyena was already dead when they saw him. This time, though, they saw very clearly how Shifeng dealt with the 5 black players. A crushing defeat. It was an absolutely crushing defeat. Moreover, Shifeng had single-handedly killed 6 of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts. What he just did was essentially strike the Sin of Wrath to the bottom of the Flower of Seven Sins' 7 sins. If the Sin of Wrath couldn't quickly help these 6 experts replenish their lost weapons and equipment, it would be a long time before the Sin of Wrath could hold its head high in the Flower of Seven Sins. Black Flame, you bastard! Blood Sand glared at Shifeng with a manic look. How dare you kill 6 of the Flower of Seven Sins Tier 6 experts? I will never spare you or Zero Wing. Just you wait. The Flower of Seven Sins retribution will come for you. The death of these 6 Tier 6 experts was a significant loss to the Flower of Seven Sins and Blood Sand himself. After all, he only had a few Tier 6 experts under his command, and 3 of the black players killed this time were even the subordinates of other commanders. Is that so? I look forward to it. While watching Blood Sand lose his mind, Shifeng slashed downward with the Winter of Eternal Night. 3rd Sword, Holy Annihilation. Immediately, a pillar of flames devoured Blood Sand and the space around him. Even though Blood Sand had tried to defend himself with his 2-handed saber, the impact still plundered all of his HP, and he dropped multiple pieces of equipment when he died. Aside from Blood Sand, all of the Tier 5 experts from the Flower of Seven Sins standing behind him were also reduced to ashes, their deaths contributing a bunch of weapons and equipment to Shifeng. All of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts were annihilated. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but look at the situation before her with widened eyes. She never thought Shifeng would dare to provoke the Flower of Seven Sins so thoroughly. Since its fight with the 5 great super guilds, the Flower of Seven Sins had never suffered as much damage as it did today. Not only did all of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts get annihilated, but even Blood Sand, the Sin of Wrath's commander, was killed. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation that the Flower of Seven Sins had suffered since its inception. Guild leader, once news of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts getting annihilated reaches the Flower of Seven Sins executives, I'm afraid all of Zero Wing's guild residences will be in big trouble, Shadowflower said with a wry smile. The Flower of Seven Sins was known for exacting revenge on all who offended them. Now that Shifeng had caused the Flower of Seven Sins to suffer such a huge loss, there was no doubt the organization would use its full strength to deal with Zero Wing. It should be known that the Flower of Seven Sins experts far outnumbered Zero Wing's experts. If the Flower of Seven Sins attacked Zero Wing's guild residences, it would cause devastating damage to Zero Wing. That might have been true in the past, but the era of this god's domain has already changed now that I am here, Shifeng said nonchalantly. I can produce even experts on the 10 Saints level in batches. How many of such experts can the Flower of Seven Sins resist? 10, 20. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36:22, Chapter 696, Birth of Two Monsters. Chapter 36:22, Chapter 696, Birth of Two Monsters. Chapter 696, Birth of Two Monsters. This, when Shadow Flower and Purple, I heard Surefoam claiming he could produce experts on the 10 Saints level in batches. They didn't know what to say. In addition, as Surefoam did not bother to speak in a private chat and simply said everything in public, everyone present could hear him clearly. After all, everyone present was a Tier 5 expert or above. After a moment of silence, Phoenix Rain couldn't help but ask, "Can you really produce a batch of experts on the level of the 10 Saints, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Currently, Phoenix Rain could just barely match the 10 Saints in strength, and was just slightly stronger than Blood Sand. Even then, the difference was limited, and it was only because of her superior equipment standard. Meanwhile, if they counted the 5 great super guilds' hidden old monsters, there shouldn't be more than 20 experts on the level of the 10 Saints. If Surefoam could produce 10 or 20 such experts, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zero Wing could go uncontested in God's domain. At that time, not to mention the Flower of Seven Sins, even if the 5 great super guilds banded together, they would still have to stay clear of Zero Wing. If she could deepen her partnership with Zero Wing, having Zero Wing help produce several 10 Saints level experts for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could quickly become another super guild in God's domain. Naturally, seeing Phoenix Rain, an old acquaintance, taking the initiative to ask him, Surefoam did not bother to withhold any information, plainly saying many Tier 6 experts fail to reach the 10 Saints level not because they lack combat standards. Instead, it is often because of their lacking basic attributes. Meanwhile, I have a way to increase these experts' basic attributes to match that of the 10 Saints, so I can naturally produce as many 10 Saints level experts as I want. He had brought with him 20 Dragon's Fury Extraordinary Secret Treasure sets, and 200 Behemoth Combat Secret Treasure sets this time. He aimed to establish a solid foundation for the newly integrated Zero Wing and make Zero Wing the undisputed #1 guild in his home God's domain. That way, he could mass recruit talented newcomers from his homeworld and nurture Tier 6 players in batches without having to worry about his secrets getting leaked. Guild Leader Black Flame, on behalf of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I hope to establish a strategic partnership with Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain said, after hearing Shurfeng's answer. She understood that Surefoam must have a way to get his hands on a large number of legendary weapons and equipment. If Zero Wing is willing to help the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to produce some 10 Saints level experts, the pavilion will provide Zero Wing access to all its shops and trade connections. The pavilion will also use 7 Luminaries crystals to cover the full cost of producing these experts. In addition, the pavilion will form a permanent strategic alliance with Zero Wing to resist the Flower of Seven Sins. Phoenix Rain's proposal caught Shadow Flower and Purple Eye off guard. They never thought Phoenix Rain would put so much faith in their guild leader. At the same time, they couldn't help but be in awe of Phoenix Rain's wealth and courage. It should be known that Zero Wing currently had very few Tier 6 experts. Even if they included Surefoam and Red Feather, a former elder of the Star Alliance, and the person tasked with keeping the security of Zero Wing's main headquarters, Zero Wing would only have 4 Tier 6 experts. If they were comparing purely in terms of numbers, the Flower of Seven Sins had a massive lead over Zero Wing. So, even if Surefoam had the means to produce 10 Saints-level experts, Zero Wing still couldn't trade blows evenly with the Flower of Seven Sins for the foreseeable future. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it had even fewer Tier 6 experts, totaling 3 only, although all 3 were top tier and could most likely become 10 Saints-level experts if adequately equipped. it wasn't exactly a wise decision to provoke the flower of seven sins just to obtain 2 or 3 10 Saints level experts within a short time. Without a certain degree of courage, any sane leader would never take such a risk. Your proposal is very sincere, Guild Leader Phoenix, Shifeng said, nodding, but he quickly followed it up with a rejection, saying, however, Zero Wings means cannot be provided to non-Zero Wing members. If you wish to achieve greater heights with your subordinates, you will have to merge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into Zero Wing. Forgive me for rejecting all other proposals. The Dragon's Fury set was a priceless treasure, even in the greater God's domain. It wasn't something that could be valued using 7 luminaries crystals, real estate, or trade connections. Even one set could attract many upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers to fight over it. So, there was no way he would trade any away. Not to mention, his goal in returning this time was to make Zero Wing the #1 guild in his home god's domain. He naturally wouldn't try to nurture other powers. Is there really no room for negotiations, Guild Leader Black Flame? Phoenix Rain couldn't help but be surprised by Shifeng's decisive refusal. If she were to make the same proposal to any other power in God's domain, said power would accept it without hesitation. After all, Zero Wing merely needed to sell its strengthening items to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In exchange, not only would Zero Wing receive a large sum of 7 luminaries crystals, but it would also receive the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full support in resisting the Flower of 7 Sins. Meanwhile, so long as Zero Wing could survive the Flower of 7 Sins' initial onslaught, it could slowly amass Tier 6 players and develop more 10 Saints-level experts, ultimately becoming the supreme ruler of God's domain. No matter how one looked at it, this partnership could only benefit Zero Wing. So, she found it hard to believe Shifeng would turn down her offer so decisively. You shouldn't turn down the idea of merging the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into Zero Wing so quickly, either Guild Leader Phoenix, Shifeng said, chuckling. Once you see the improvements my items can provide, you will understand that joining Zero Wing will be no harm to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. On the contrary, it might even be a good thing for you all. A good thing? Ji Luorong couldn't help but be exasperated by Shifeng's words. She never thought Shifeng could be so shameless. It should be known that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was an overlord in God's domain, whereas Zero Wing was only an upstart guild. Yet, Shifeng was saying that it would benefit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to become a part of Zero Wing, and he was even saying it to Phoenix Rain, a 10 Saints level expert. Phoenix Rain's equipment standard was already top tier among Tier 6 experts. Not only did she wield a legendary staff, but she was also equipped with 6 pieces of legendary equipment. Even if her equipment standard could still be improved, there wouldn't be much room for improvement. At most, she could switch out her fragmented legendary equipment for a few more pieces of legendary equipment. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain could easily accomplish something like this in the future, even without joining Zero Wing. If that were the case, why should she join Zero Wing and reduce herself to becoming a vice guild leader of Zero Wing? However, Shifeng did not wait for Phoenix Rain to make a response this time. Instead, he took out 2 Dragon's Fury sets and handed them to Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Meanwhile, looking at the spherical crystals in their hands, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye couldn't help but grow confused. Bind these items to your equipment. If you don't have enough 7 luminaries crystals, you can get them from me, Shifeng said, not bothering to offer any explanations. He merely had Shadow Flower and Purple Eye follow his instructions to bind the Dragon's Fury sets. Shadow Flower and Purple Eye both had a fragmented legendary equipment set equipped. Although not as ideal as legendary equipment, they still wouldn't be wasting the Dragon's Fury set's potential. After looking at the secret treasures in each other's hands, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye couldn't help but be astonished by the binding cost of these secret treasures. Each crystal sphere cost 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to bind, with the full set totaling 18,000 units. The cost was absurdly expensive. However, the two still followed Shifeng's instructions and quickly bound the secret treasures with their equipment. Suddenly, whether it was Shadow Flower or Purple Eye, both had seemingly become dragons that had just awoken from a slumber. Immediately, the auras they exuded caused Phoenix Rain and Jilurong to instinctively retreat 100 yards away. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3623, Chapter 697, Outside of God's Domain. Chapter 3623, Chapter 697, Outside of God's Domain. Chapter 697, Outside of God's Domain. How is this possible? After Phoenix Rain and Jilurong instinctively retreated 100 yards away, fear and disbelief filled them as they looked at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Previously, they were already very surprised when they saw Shifeng handing Shadow Flower and Purple Eye a pile of marble-like crystals. They didn't think that Shifeng was referring to something other than legendary weapons and equipment when he mentioned the strengthening items. Based on their understanding of God's domain, the easiest way for players to improve their basic attributes by a qualitative margin was through upgrading their weapons and equipment. In the case of Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, only legendary weapons and equipment would enable them to achieve a qualitative leap. As for tools, it shouldn't be possible for any to improve Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's basic attributes by any substantial amount. Yet the crystal marbles Shifeng took out had accomplished it. This had completely exceeded their knowledge of God's domain. Moreover, it wasn't just Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's basic attributes that had received a massive improvement. Another thing that improved was their mana, and it was to an extent where even Phoenix Rain and Jilurong felt suffocated by it. Such mana could no longer be defined in human terms. Rather than two human players, Phoenix Rain and Jilurong felt like they were standing before two Tier 6 dragons. The Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's mana was no longer something the average Tier 6 player could resist. However, compared to Phoenix Rain and Jilurong, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye were even more surprised by their transformation. These secret treasures are unbelievable. Purple Eye couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she felt the changes the Dragon's Fury set had brought to her. From an outsider's perspective, they could only tell that she and Shadow Flower's basic attributes and mana had achieved a qualitative improvement. It also wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they had already reached the 10 Saints level. However, as those who had equipped the Dragon's Fury set, they knew that the extraordinary secret treasure set didn't just improve their basic attributes and mana. At the same time, it also granted them an additional talent, Dragon Metamorphosis. This additional talent granted them the racial talent of the dragon race. Not only did it improve their 5 senses to closely rival that of dragons, but it also elevated their control over mana to a whole new level. On the surface, Dragon Metamorphosis might not improve players statistically. However, this additional talent was vital in determining how much a player could utilize their statistical attributes. In other words, besides providing qualitative improvements to their basic attributes and mana, the Dragon's Fury set had also raised their combat standards to a new level. No wonder you are so confident, Guild Leader Black Flame. The value of these crystals indeed exceeds legendary weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain commented in admiration when she sensed danger coming from Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Even 10 Saints level experts will go crazy for these crystals, let alone weaker Tier 6 experts. The various superpowers of God's domain all had their own ways of obtaining legendary weapons and equipment. It was only a matter of time. However, the secret treasures Shifeng took out were items Phoenix Rain had never heard about. If these secret treasures were given to 10 Saints-level experts, such as herself, they could absolutely raise their strength by another standard, completely surpassing all Tier 6 experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, such experts could probably go up against any of the 5 great super guilds by themselves. The World Gate will soon open. I'm sure you know this well, Guild Leader Phoenix, Shifeng said as he looked at Phoenix Rain. There are countless experts and powers outside of our God's domain. Even existences as strong as the 5 great super guilds would be nothing more than an insignificant guild outside. And the same is true for 10 Saints-level experts. I do know a little about the world outside our God's domain. Phoenix Rain stated honestly, their legendary weapons and equipment far outnumber ours, let alone their experts. I heard that they even have heaven-defying items, such as divine artifacts. As for our 10 Saints-level experts, they seem to only be regarded as 4th-floor experts. And there are countless such experts outside. Only the rumored 5th-floor experts can be considered powerhouses and strike fear into the various hegemonic powers. Unfortunately, our God's domain is lacking a comprehensive training system, so it is beyond the means of most players to become 5th-floor experts. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but feel a little disheartened when speaking of the world outside their God's domain. She fully understood how weak their God's domain was, especially regarding combat standards. Their God's domain's powers only had 10 years to develop their training systems, whereas the greater God's domain's powers had already been perfecting theirs for decades and centuries. Not only could the greater God's domain's powers develop 4th-floor titled experts, but some could even develop 5th-floor experts. That is correct. It is also why I say it is beneficial for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to merge into Zero Wing, Shifeng said, nodding. No matter how much the pavilion develops in our God's domain, the best it could hope to achieve in the future is to rival the 5 great super guilds. Once the World Gate opens, our God's domain's powers will be fortunate if they can keep their existing territories, let alone develop outside. However, so long as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion becomes a part of Zero Wing, both the pavilion can develop outside of our God's domain, achieving a height that the current pavilion can never achieve. As for yourself, you might even get to stand shoulder to shoulder with the outside world's apex experts, becoming an existence that the various powers would fear. I doubt that can ever happen. I know my limits, Phoenix Rain said, wryly smiling. Even if you give me a legendary equipment set, I will, at most, become a second-rate expert in the outside world with my combat standards. Shifeng did not respond to Phoenix Rain's words. Instead, he turned to look at the hero guarding the library's entrance and asked Phoenix Rain, "What do you think of the current Shadow Flower and Purple Guild Leader Phoenix? What rating can they receive if they challenge Minus's trial?" Hearing this, Phoenix Rain glanced at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye before definitively saying, "A rank." Before Shifeng's arrival, the 100-man library dungeons test had been activated for a few days already, and many teams had challenged it. Phoenix Rain also knew the strength of some of the teams that challenged the trial and the ratings they received, so she could make accurate estimates of how a team would perform in the trial. For 100-man teams looking to gain the privilege to enter the library dungeon, they would need to score at least a B-rank rating. But even for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main force, achieving such a rating was difficult, which was why she had chosen to partner with Zero Wing. Now, that Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's basic attributes could already rival the 10 Saints. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team had essentially gained 2 10 Saints-level experts. With such a significant improvement, the team would have a very good chance of securing an A-rank rating. In that case, why don't we give it a try? Shifeng asked, chuckling when he heard Phoenix Rain's confident reply. "We will gladly accept your help if you are willing to offer it," Phoenix Rain answered. Originally, she thought she could no longer expect Zero Wings' help since Zero Wings' team was already strong enough to enter the library dungeon by itself. So, although she did not know what Sherfong was trying to do, she still gladly accepted his suggestion. Immediately, Sherfong had Shadowflower and Purple Eye follow Phoenix Rain's original plan and enter the magic barrier with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3624, Chapter 698, Might of Dragon Metamorphosis. Chapter 3624, Chapter 698, Might of Dragon Metamorphosis. Chapter 698, Might of Dragon Metamorphosis. When Phoenix Rain and the others stepped into the barrier, Minos suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were covered with glowing runes, and just a glance from them caused the Tier 5 players present to shudder and feel as if Minos was staring directly at their souls. In addition, the mana Minos radiated was vastly superior to ordinary Tier 6 NPCs, and everyone couldn't help but feel as if they were standing before a level 205 Tier 6 god. My kin, according to the ancient agreement, if you want to enter this library and regain the lost power inside, you must first pass my trial, Minos said in a dignified voice as he scanned the players before him. For 10 minutes, you must try your best to survive my attacks. So long as half of you survive, you will have passed my test. In addition, the more of you who survive after 10 minutes, the greater the privilege you will be granted once you enter the library. I hope you do not disappoint me. After saying so, Minos removed his greatsword from his back and wielded it with both hands. Activate the threefold mana ceiling barrier. All Tier 5s stay 300 yards away from Minos. Tanks protect those who fall within 300 yards of Minos. Phoenix Rain promptly issued commands, one after another according to her original plan, when she saw Minos readying his weapon. Based on the information they collected, Minos's basic attributes were comparable to gods of the same level. So, under normal circumstances, any Tier 5 player would almost certainly die if they got hit by any of his attacks. However, it was possible to rectify this problem by utilizing the mana ceiling barrier, the strongest Grandmaster barrier currently in the various superpowers' possession that could suppress even Tier 6 divine monsters. After stacking 3 mana ceiling barriers, Minos would be weakened just enough for Tier 5 tanks to survive a hit. Immediately, 36 Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members each took out a magic scroll made using dragon hide. Then, they split into 3 groups of 12 to cast 3 identical barriers on Minos, the barriers creating law chains that restrained Minos and weakened his basic attributes and physique by 20%. Good. When Phoenix Rain saw the threefold mana ceiling barrier taking effect on Minos, she promptly said to the level 210, Tier 5 female elementalist beside her, "Summon your personal guard, Blue." With Minos having basic attributes that rivaled Tier 6 gods, even Tier 6 tanks would not dare to receive his attacks directly. Not to mention, there were no Tier 6 tanks in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team. Fortunately, her subordinate Blue Phoenix had a Tier 6 epic personal guard. Moreover, the personal guard in question was a level 212 Tier 6 Guardian Knight. He had much greater HP and defense than Tier 6 players of the same level, and he was more than capable of surviving a few attacks from Minos now that the latter was weakened. Understood. Upon hearing Phoenix Rain's command, Blue Phoenix hurriedly took out a summon guard scroll from her bag. "Please wait a moment, Guild Leader Phoenix," Shadowflower suddenly interrupted. "Is something the matter, Palace Master Flower?" Phoenix Rain asked in a somewhat hurried tone. They were standing within 500 yards of Minos. If a Tier 6 god decided to launch an attack at this distance, the attack would connect almost instantly. So, any time wasted now could potentially lead to the team's annihilation. Meanwhile, having Blue Phoenix's personal guard Tank Minus was part of the plan they had previously agreed on. Purple Eye and I wish to test our current standards, so can I trouble you to keep watch for the time being? Shadow Flower said, as she turned to look at Minus, a hint of expectation in her eyes. If we fail to resist Minus and cause the team to incur casualties, we will promptly return to following your original plan. We will also surrender our share of entry slots for the library. Following Shadow Flower's words, Purple Eye nodded in agreement. All right, then, but be careful. Phoenix Rain did not reject Shadow Flower's proposal. This was because it was indeed a tempting proposal. Whenever a team successfully passed Minus's trial, it would receive an entry pass that could let 100 players into the library dungeon. Based on their previous partnership agreement, Zero Wing would receive 40 entry slots and 40% of the dungeon's harvest for helping the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in Minus's trial. But going by Shadow Flower's proposal, should she and Purple Eye fail to deal with Minus by themselves, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would gain the opportunity to monopolize the library dungeon's harvest. And even if they did succeed, they would simply follow the previously agreed profit distribution. So, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could only stand to profit from this proposal. As for whether Shadow Flower and Purple Eye might come into any life-threatening danger from challenging Minus by themselves, Phoenix Rain was confident she could save their lives if necessary. When Shadow Flower and Purple Eye received Phoenix Rain's nod of approval, they immediately went into action. Transforming into an afterimage, Shadow Flower vanished from where she stood and reappeared beside Minus a second later. Then, she began weaving her way around Minus rapidly, leaving over a dozen afterimages in her wake, as she poked at Minus with her daggers one time after another. Her speed was so fast that even Phoenix Rain had trouble keeping track of her. As for Minus, although he promptly reacted and brandished his greatsword, he failed to do anything about Shadow Flower. Shadow Flower seemed to be able to see through all of his movements, never failing to dodge his attacks. In the meantime, Purple Eye silently waved her staff and summoned 3 tornadoes, each shredding the surrounding space and exhibiting power rivaling that of Tier 6 curses. When all 3 tornadoes struck, even Minus had to briefly pause his movements to keep his body stable. Meanwhile, under Shadow Flower's constant harassment and Purple Eye's timely attacks, Minus thoroughly got pinned in place. He did not have the leisure to target anyone else. An advanced silver fusion technique and triple Tier 6 silent casting. How are they managing this? Phoenix Rain gaped in shock when she saw Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's performance. Whether it was the advanced silver fusion technique or the triple Tier 6 silent casting, neither were techniques that Shadow Flower and Purple Eye could execute previously. After all, had they been capable of such techniques, they would have wiped the floor with the Flower of Seven Sins Black players who had been distracting them just now. In fact, if speaking purely in terms of techniques, they could already rank among the top 5 of the current 10 saints. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3625, Chapter 699, Double Improvement. Chapter 3625, Chapter 699, Double Improvement. Chapter 699, Double Improvement. Have their 5 senses been improved? Ji Luorong's eyes sparkled when she saw Shadow Flower and Purple Eye fight Minus. Many powers had already challenged Minus multiple times, so his information was widely known among the various powers. As a Tier 6 hero, Minus not only possessed basic attributes close to matching Tier 6 gods, but he also possessed incredible intellect. In battle, he would almost always prioritize eliminating Tier 5 players instead of wasting time on Tier 6 players. Even if Tier 6 players tried to intercept him, Minus would simply knock them out of the way before he continued slaughtering Tier 5 players. Hence, when the various powers teams challenged Minus's trial, they would usually be met with annihilation. In fact, some teams couldn't even last a minute, let alone secure a B-rank rating. Ji Luorong also knew a little about Shadow Flower and Purple Eyes standards. Even if the two now possessed basic attributes rivaling the 10 Saints, it would still be impossible for them to block Minus's great sword. Ji Luorong had personally clashed with Minus previously. While Minus's swordsmanship might seem simple and predictable, his attack speed was incredibly high. Even fourth-floor experts wouldn't necessarily be able to react to his attacks, let alone make preemptive judgments to dodge or deflect his attacks. Yet, through their coordination, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye had successfully distracted Minus for 8 whole minutes already. The two never failed to evade Minus's greatsword throughout these 8 minutes. Moreover, as if they had predicted all of his attacks, they could always launch a counterattack targeted toward his defensive blind spots after evading his attacks. They thoroughly rendered Minus incapable of targeting anyone else on the team. In Ji Luorong's opinion, the only way Shadow Flower and Purple Eye could accomplish such a feat was if they had received a huge improvement in their 5 senses. There was no way their combat performance could have improved to such an extent if they only received an improvement in their basic attributes. Meanwhile, an improvement to the 5 senses was undoubtedly something all expert players in God's domain dreamed of obtaining. An improvement to the 5 senses could not only allow players to learn combat techniques more easily, but it would also let them discover their own imperfections, which would, in turn, give them a clearer idea of how they could improve themselves. This was also why talented players in God's domain could improve so quickly. After advancing to Tier 6, Ji Luorong knew she had already reached the limit she could achieve with her current circumstances. Unless she received the outside world's superior training system, it was almost impossible for her to further improve her combat standard. But now, the secret treasures Shifeng had taken out allowed her to see a new possibility to further improve herself. Meanwhile, noticing the excitement on Ji Luorong's face, Shifeng chuckled and asked, "So, are you interested in joining Zero Wing now, Commander Ji?" Due to their God's domain's isolated state, few Tier 6 experts existed. As a result, battles between Tier 6 experts also happened very infrequently. If an expert lacked opponents of a similar caliber to spar with, they would have more difficulty discovering their imperfections. Under such circumstances, aside from a few exceptional talents, it would be almost impossible for experts to reach the extrasensory realm. "I have to say that your offer is very tempting, Guild Leader Black Flame," Ji Luorong said as she watched Shadow Flower and Purple Eyes battle against Minus. Then she shook her head and continued, "But the world gate's opening is upon us, and many outside powers have set their eyes on our God's domain. Even if Zero Wing can nurture 10 Saints-level experts, it remains a fact that Zero Wing has a very limited number of Tier 6 experts. In addition, the Flower of 7 Sins has connections with many powers in the outside world. Even if Zero Wing can resist the Flower of 7 Sins now, that is unlikely to be the case in the future. I do not wish to put my friends under such risk." If Shifeng had taken out these secret treasures before he offended the Flower of 7 Sins, Ji Luorong might have agreed to join Zero Wing. But she'd have to be stupid to join Zero Wing, now that Shifeng had annihilated the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts and started a never-ending feud with the Flower of 7 Sins. After all, just as Phoenix Rain stated previously, even the 10 Saints would become insignificant when placed in the world outside their God's domain. Even if Zero Wing could nurture 10 or 20 10 Saints-level experts, it would still be doomed once the world gate opened. Not to mention, Eternal Glory was an adventurer team, a gathering of like-minded independent players. Unlike guilds such as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Eternal Glory did not need to occupy fixed territories to thrive. So long as they did not offend powerful existences, they could survive and thrive anywhere. It was completely unnecessary for Eternal Glory to risk joining Zero Wing to gain more strength. Your concern is indeed a problem, Commander Ji. Shifeng was not surprised by Ji Luorong's reply. Chuckling, he asked, "But what if Shadow Flower and Purple Eye can improve their strength even further?" Improve even further? Ji Luorong couldn't help but look at Shifeng in confusion. "May I know what you mean, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's improvement was already incredibly astonishing. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they could now rank among the top 5 of the 10 saints. So, Ji Luorong found it hard to believe there could be any more methods that could improve their strength even further. Explaining it will be difficult. Smiling, Shifeng sent a document to Ji Luorong and said, "It's better if you take a look at it yourself." Shifeng didn't just return with the Dragon's Fury sets and Behemoth sets. Besides that, he also brought 100 copies of the Bronze Mana Purification Technique and 1,000 copies of the Advanced Mana Purification Technique. Meanwhile, the document he shared with Ji Luorong was a documentation of the effects of the Bronze Mana Purification Technique. How can this be possible? When Ji Luorong finished reading the document, disbelief filled her eyes. The Bronze Mana Purification Technique's effects were simply unheard of. After all, according to the document, if a Tier 5 player successfully mastered the Bronze Mana Purification Technique, the strength of their mana could immediately rival Tier 6 players. And if a Tier 6 player mastered the technique, their mana could rival even Tier 6 gods. Mana was the foundation of all things in God's domain. For players, the stronger their mana, the stronger their skills and spells. If a Tier 6 player could wield a Tier 6 god's mana, they could probably reign supreme across their entire god's domain. You'll know whether I am lying after you see its effects for yourself, Commander Ji, Shifeng said, chuckling as he sent a message to Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. At this time, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye had already completed Minus's trial and secured an S-rank rating for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion team. They suddenly revealed an ecstatic look when they received Shifeng's message. Immediately, the two took out an ancient book from their bags. It was none other than the Bronze Mana Purification Technique that Shifeng had secretly given to them before. Without hesitation, they sat down and studied their respective copies. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3626, Chapter 700, Rivaling Gods. Chapter 3626, Chapter 700, Rivaling Gods. Chapter 700, Rivaling Gods. Guild Leader Black Flame. I don't know what happened with Flower Palace Master and Purple Eye, but they've chosen to stay in the barrier even after the trial has ended. If they still don't come out by the time the trial resets, they'll have to face a much more challenging trial than the team trial. After leaving the magic barrier, Phoenix Rain anxiously approached Shifeng and informed him of Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's abrupt decision to remain within the barrier. At this point, Phoenix Rain had already seen Zero Wing's value, and it far exceeded her expectations. This discovery also made her conclude that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must join Zero Wing. It absolutely must. Minus's team trial was a huge headache, even for the various superpowers. It was so challenging that, even after partnering up with Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain initially felt that they would be fortunate if they could obtain a B-rank rating. Although Shadow Flower and Purple Eye subsequently had their basic attribute improved to match the 10 Saints, even then, Phoenix Rain only felt that their team could secure an A-rank rating. However, the strength Shadow Flower and Purple Eye displayed had far exceeded Phoenix Rain's expectations. It was so amazing that she couldn't help but think that the two could match a fifth-floor expert if they worked together. A fifth-floor expert. Even in the world outside of their god's domain, experts of such caliber were incredibly rare. Yet Zero Wing could produce such experts on demand. With such a heaven-defying ability, even if Zero Wing ended up being suppressed by the outside world's powers in the near future, it could still end up achieving a height far beyond the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reach in the long run. Meanwhile, because Shadow Flower and Purple Eye managed to distract Minus for 10 minutes and keep him from targeting anyone else, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team earned an S-rank rating in Minus's trial. As a reward for their outstanding performance, their team received a temporary buff that increased 5% of all their attributes when inside the library dungeon and a detailed map of the dungeon. With this, it was more than possible for them to catch up to the 5 Great Super Guilds progression, become the first team to conquer a team dungeon in the Ruined Temple, and receive the best pioneering reward. But all this could only happen under the precondition that Shadow Flower and Purple Eye remained alive. In reality, Minus offered 2 different types of trials. The first trial was known as the Team Trial. Players could only challenge this trial in 100-man teams, and they only needed to survive 10 minutes against Minus. As for the second trial, it was known as the Hero Trial, and it would only activate when fewer than 100 players were present within Minus's magic barrier. Unlike the Team Trial, the Hero Trial did not have a time limit, and players needed to shave off 10% of Minus's HP to pass it. Moreover, players could not leave the trial until they passed it or got team-wiped. Even worse, if players got annihilated inside the magic barrier, they would lose a level and couldn't recover any weapons and equipment they dropped on death. If Shadow Flower and Purple Eye were to lose their legendary weapons, their strength would plummet, and it would absolutely impact the library dungeon raid later on. Don't worry, Guild Leader Phoenix. Looking at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, Feng explained to Phoenix Rain, "They are only following my instructions." "Your instructions?" Phoenix Rain couldn't help but look at Feng in astonishment, unable to figure out his thoughts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Minus's Hero Trial wasn't something players in their current God's Domain could hope to challenge and succeed. After all, Minus was an existence on par with Tier 6 gods. Even players 10 levels higher than Minus would face certain death if they tried to challenge him. Currently, all known cases of players successfully killing Tier 6 gods in their God's Domain involve only Tier 6 gods below level 180. Moreover, these successful raids were all conducted by player teams with average levels at level 210 or above. If players wish to defeat Minus, a level 205, Tier 6 hero rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level, they would need at least a 100-man team of level 220 Tier 6 players. Otherwise, they'd simply be asking for death. Secret treasures might be able to enhance a player's combat standards and improve their growth speed, but it is still not enough to let the players of our God's Domain match the outside world's apex experts. "I am sure you understand this, Guild Leader Phoenix," Feng said. Then he pointed at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, who had their eyes closed and were in deep thought, and continued, "When I said I could let you match the outside world's apex experts by joining Zero Wing, I wasn't joking. Now, I will have them show you what I mean." The ability of secret treasures to accelerate a player's growth could indeed tempt Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong to join Zero Wing. However, if Zero Wing wanted to win over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory, Zero Wing would need to convince them with its existing strength. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to get them to take the risk of joining Zero Wing. Match the outside world's apex experts. When Phoenix Rain heard Feng's words, she couldn't help but look at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye with a curious gaze. While Phoenix Rain had never personally interacted with any of the outside world's apex experts, she had still heard some bits of information about them. Even the weakest of these apex experts were existences capable of rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level. Meanwhile, such existences would typically be equipped with legendary weapons and legendary equipment sets. Their combat standards would have reached the 5th floor standard, and some would have even mastered one or multiple gold combat techniques. If she had to be honest, the gap between herself and these apex existences was massive, and it definitely wasn't something a Dragon's Fury set could make up for. At this time, Ji Luorong had also focused her attention on Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, curious to see how much the two could improve after learning the bronze mana purification technique. After Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong waited for 20 minutes, Minus announced the rules of the hero trial to Shadow Flower and Purple Eye before readying his greatsword once more. At the same time, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye finally opened their eyes. Immediately, everyone outside the magic barrier felt two mighty sources of mana descend upon them, making them feel like an invisible mountain had just fallen onto their shoulders and causing the space around them to tremble. When subjected to the presence of this mana, all of the Tier 5 experts present also found themselves suffocating. Is this supposed to be mana? When Fiery Heart felt the mana enveloping her, she couldn't help but question her knowledge about mana. After all, the mana enveloping her completely differed from the mana she recognized. Not only was it as dense as lead, but it was also continuously corroding and reshaping the surrounding space to adapt to itself. However, before those outside the barrier could pay closer attention to the frightening mana enveloping them, Minus had already executed an attack on Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. With a swing of his greatsword, Minus sent a sword light as bright and scorching as the sun in the direction of Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. The sword light was a product of Dimensional Holy Slash, a Tier 6 skill, and Minus had executed it without holding back any strength. If a Tier 6 tank tried to block the attack without a Tier 6 life-saving skill active, they would likely die on the spot. Meanwhile, upon seeing this attack, Purple Eye raised her staff and summoned a tornado shrouded in black lightning arcs before her and Shadow Flower. Boom! When Minus's sword light collided with Purple Eye's lightning tornado, a powerful explosion occurred, and the sound waves reached well over 10,000 yards away. Immediately afterward, both sword light and tornado disappeared, and Minus and Purple Eye each could be seen stumbling a step backward from the generated shockwave. At a glance, the two were evenly matched. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3627, Chapter 701, Sealed Expansion Pack. Chapter 3627, Chapter 701, Sealed Expansion Pack, Chapter 701, Sealed Expansion Pack. As she blocked it, she actually blocked it. When the spectating crowd saw that, similar to Minus, Purple Eye had only stumbled a step backward, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong were especially shocked, the two staring at Purple Eye with their mouths agape. As individuals who had personally clashed with Minus before, they knew exactly how frightening Minus could be when using skills. Previously, even after receiving a qualitative boost to their basic attributes, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye would always preemptively interrupt Minus's skills. They never dared to let him fully activate his skills, as they'd have no way of blocking them. But now, Purple Eye managed to block Minus's skill all by herself. She even came out evenly matched in the exchange. It was simply unbelievable. Has she fully mastered it already? Surefoam was similarly surprised when he saw Purple Eye blocking Minus's skill. Normally, the bronze mana purification technique wasn't something that could be adopted at a moment's notice. Even after players learned how to apply the technique, getting used to their mana's transformation would still take some time. However, Purple Eye's current performance clearly showed that she had already grasped her new mana well. Otherwise, there was no way she could have exhibited power at the standard of Tier 6 gods with her Tier 6 spell Storm Torrent. While everyone outside the barrier was still in awe over Purple Eye's performance, Shadow Flower transformed into a blur as she charged at Minus. Then, as soon as she reached the Tier 6 hero, she split into 100 copies of herself and began attacking Minus from all directions. In response, Minus rapidly brandished his greatsword, generating blinding sparks all around him as he blocked Shadowflower's daggers one time after another. However, despite his strong defense, many of Shadowflower's attacks still managed to slip by and strike him directly, causing his HP to plummet steadily. Is this the power of the bronze mana purification technique? Ji Luorong was shocked beyond words as she watched Purple Eye and Shadowflower's performance. Although the information Shifeng shared with her already stated that the bronze mana purification technique could enhance Tier 6 players' mana to match that of Tier 6 gods, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the technique's effects with her own eyes. It should be known that Shadowflower's and Purple Eye's levels were only slightly higher than Minus. There wasn't even a 10-level gap. Yet, they were already strong enough to trade blows with Minus. If news of this spread, it would shake the entire gods' domain. It was universally recognized that Tier 6 gods were invincible against players of the same level. Players could only defeat a Tier 6 god by relying on level suppression. This was also the only viable method the various superpowers had to deal with Tier 6 gods. But now, Shadowflower and Purple Eye were strong enough to single-handedly deal with a Tier 6 god without having to rely on level suppression. In their current states, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were matchless in God's domain. Even those two old monsters from the 5 great super guilds would most likely hesitate to trade blows with them directly. Most importantly, Zero Wing could mass-produce experts like Shadowflower and Purple Eye. Is this result to your satisfaction? These are the benefits Zero Wing is offering to its internal members. If you join Zero Wing, you too will get to enjoy them, Shifeng said to Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong. Also, these benefits aren't just limited to Tier 6 members. Tier 5 members can also receive secret treasures and mana purification techniques, albeit of a slightly inferior quality. Even so, they can still gain Tier 6 combat power. Even Tier 5 members can receive these benefits. Phoenix Rain was surprised. She could more or less accept the situation if Zero Wing only provided its secret treasures and mana purification techniques to its Tier 6 members. After all, the secret treasures and mana purification techniques that could elevate Shadowflower and Purple Eye to such a standard were bound to be limited in quantity. It would already be incredible if Zero Wing could allow every one of its Tier 6 members to have a set of these items. But now, Shifeng was saying that even Tier 5 members could get their hands on these secret treasures and mana purification techniques. While Tier 5 players weren't everywhere in God's domain, they still existed in large numbers. Every superpower would have no trouble taking out several hundred Tier 5 players. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's case, it could easily take out 500 Tier 5 players. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could equip each of these 500 Tier 5 players with secret treasures and mana purification techniques, even if these items were lower quality, it would still be enough to let the pavilion rule over God's domain with an iron fist. After all, there shouldn't be more than 100 players with Tier 6 combat power in the current God's domain. A force of 500 Tier 6 combatants would be enough to beat up all of God's domain's superpowers. Okay, Eternal Glory is willing to join Zero Wing. Ji Luorong answered without hesitation. Truth be told, she was a little frightened by the strength Shadowflower and Purple Eye had just displayed. At the same time, she somewhat understood why first-rate guilds like the 100 Flower Palace, the Star Alliance, and Mysterious Moon were willing to join Zero Wing. With the strength Shadowflower and Purple Eye currently possessed, the Flower of Seven Sins would have great difficulty dealing with even one of them. Not to mention, Zero Wing could produce even more experts of such caliber. With such an ability, It would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed the 5 great super guilds in all aspects. If all of what you say is true, I can agree on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's behalf in joining Zero Wing immediately, Guild Leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain said after seeing Ji Luorong agreeing to have Eternal Glory join Zero Wing. I will complete all the transfer procedures within a week. At that time, all of the Pavilion's Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts will report to Zero Wing's main headquarters. Even before seeing the mana purification technique's effects, Phoenix Rain was already convinced by the secret treasure's effects to join Zero Wing. It was just that she would need some time to convince the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's former guild leader and the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's pavilion master. However, after seeing the bronze mana purification technique's effects, Phoenix Rain knew that she no longer needed to waste time convincing anybody. With the current benefits Zero Wing was offering, so long as it gave the word, a ton of powers and experts would come running to join it. At that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might not even be able to join Zero Wing. In that case, let's sign a God's Domain contract right away, then. As for the matters regarding the merger, you can talk to Shadowflower and Purple Eye about that. They will tell you everything you need to know, Shifeng said, as he retrieved 2 God's Domain contracts from his bag. Honestly, Shifeng didn't care whether the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion or Eternal Glory joined Zero Wing. So long as Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong joined, whether the rest of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory joined was inconsequential. A moment later, Shifeng, Phoenix Rain, and Ji Luorong finished signing their respective contracts. According to their contracts, Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong would officially join Zero Wing on behalf of their respective powers, and they would also promise to merge their respective powers into Zero Wing, completing all transfer procedures within a week. In return, Shifeng would need to supply the 2 of them with secret treasures and mana purification techniques ahead of time. Regarding this, Shifeng gladly fulfilled his side of the contract, handing Phoenix Rain and Ji Luorong each a Dragon's Fury set and a copy of the Bronze Mana Purification Technique. In addition, he also supplied each of the Tier 5 experts present with a Behemoth set and a copy of the Advanced Mana Purification Technique, making it easier for them to raid the library dungeon later on. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members and Ji Luorong were busy attaching their secret treasures and learning their mana purification techniques, the battle inside the magic barrier concluded. Although minus possessed basic attributes rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level, Shadowflower and Purple Eye still had no trouble shaving off 10% of his HP when working together. At the same time as Shadowflower and Purple Eye passed the hero trial, a system announcement rang across God's Domain. System announcement. A group of players has successfully passed the Ruined Temple's hero trial, lifting the seal on the sealed expansion pack, Ancient Glory. All taboo mode dungeons in God's Domain will be activated. System announcement. The sealed expansion pack will take 1 natural day to unseal. All players will be logged out in 1 hour. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3628, Chapter 702, Taboo Mode Dungeon. Chapter 3628, Chapter 702, Taboo Mode Dungeon. Chapter 702, Taboo Mode Dungeon. Someone cleared the hero trial? What's going on? Didn't they say that the hero trial is impossible to clear? Taboo Mode Dungeons? What the heck are those? Could they be dungeons of a higher rank than God Mode dungeons? Seeing as you're asking such a question, you're probably the type who rarely sets foot into libraries, right? Well, for your information, all of the weapons and equipment that we obtain from team dungeons in God's Domain have a level limit of 200. Even fragmented legendary items are capped at level 200. Meanwhile, Taboo Mode dungeons are places that drop level 200 plus weapons and equipment. Crap! Isn't that amazing? I don't even have a single fragmented legendary item until now. If I can get myself a level 205 epic item, wouldn't that mean I'd have something better than a fragmented legendary item? Following the system announcement, the various official forums across God's domain exploded with activity. Although everyone was initially bewildered by the announcement, they quickly grew ecstatic over the news. They also couldn't help but wonder who were the players responsible for clearing the hero trial. This was because the conquerors of the hero trial had essentially started a new era in God's domain. Following this new expansion pack, the status quo in God's domain would see unprecedented changes. This day would definitely go down in God's domain's history. While the general masses were celebrating the new expansion pack, the various powers were frantically looking into the identities of the players behind this expansion pack. After all, these players had conquered the hero trial that was previously deemed impossible to clear. In fact, no more than 30 seconds after the system announcement, the 5 great super guilds had already placed a bounty for the hero trial's conquerors, offering as many as 5 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment for the conquerors' identities. As for their goal, it was simple. It was to verify whether these players knew any detailed information pertaining to the taboo mode dungeons that would appear following the expansion pack. If they could get their hands on this information, they could immediately start raiding these taboo mode dungeons once they appeared. However, although the 5 great super guilds bounty tempted many players, nobody managed to uncover any information about the players who cleared the hero trial. In the meantime, outside the ancient library in the ruined temple's library area, taboo mode dungeons, Shifeng was similarly stunned by the system announcement. He never thought clearing the hero trial would lead to the activation of taboo mode dungeons in his home God's domain. The term taboo mode dungeon was not uncommon in the greater God's domain. In fact, many powers were very familiar with the term. Meanwhile, when one thought of taboo mode dungeons, one would immediately think of the 12 sanctuaries. Although the greater God's domain was vast, the weapons and equipment produced in most realms could only reach level 200. Indeed, even in the greater God's domain, most weapons and equipment had a level limit of 200. Even fragmented legendary items were not an exception. It was just that their level limit was not clearly indicated. However, so long as players with fragmented legendary items leveled past 200, they would realize that no matter how much they leveled up, their fragmented legendary items' basic attributes would no longer increase with their levels. This was also one of the factors contributing to the difficulty of leveling past level 200 for players. Once players reached level 200, they would no longer receive EXP when killing monsters of the same level or lower. They would even stop receiving EXP from quests below the legendary rank. While this wouldn't necessarily be a problem if monsters similarly stopped growing, the problem was that monsters did continue to gain basic attributes past level 200. Meanwhile, with players having their weapons and equipment restricted to level 200, this made it difficult for ordinary experts to kill level 205 monsters. As for experts fully equipped with fragmented legendary items, although they could still cope against monsters up to level 210, they would similarly hit a wall when facing level 215 plus monsters. As a result, even among the various powers' Tier 6 executives, few could reach level 215, and most would hover around level 210. Of course, it would be a different story if players owned legendary items. This was because the hidden level limit of legendary weapons and equipment was level 220. Hence, any player equipped with a few legendary weapons and equipment in the greater God's domain could generally reach level 220 and above, with some having even reached level 230 already. In Shifeng's previous life, it wasn't until after he entered the greater God's domain that he understood the value of weapons and equipment that could level past level 200. An individual piece of level 210 epic equipment was easily worth more than a fragmented legendary item. If it was a level 210 epic equipment set, it was enough to cause even the executives of the greater god's domain's various powers to grow envious. After all, legendary weapons and equipment remained incredibly rare in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, the primary place players could obtain level 200+ weapons and equipment was taboo mode dungeons. Only taboo mode dungeons were exceedingly rare in the greater god's domain, and only the 12 sanctuaries were certain to have them. This was also why the greater god's domain's various powers sought to establish a foothold in the 12 sanctuaries. Since there was no reliable way to obtain legendary weapons and equipment in large quantities, if the various powers wished to develop their strength, they could only try to obtain level 200+ weapons and equipment from taboo mode dungeons. After all, dungeons were known to be places that could produce weapons and equipment at a fixed rate. Hence, everyone sought to monopolize a taboo mode dungeon, which, in turn, led to many wars being waged in the 12 sanctuaries. Shi Feng never thought that taboo mode dungeons would be hidden in his home god's domain. If news of this reached the greater god's domain, he couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to this place. It seems I need to grow Zero Wing's strength even quicker now. When Shi Feng thought about the soon-to-open world gate, he immediately decided to accelerate his plans. Once the world gate opened, and news of his home god's domain having taboo mod dungeons spread, the greater god's domain's various powers would send droves of Tier 6 players to occupy his home god's domain. Even the fact that these Tier 6 players would be weakened after entering his home god's domain likely wouldn't be enough to deter these powers. Subsequently, time passed quickly. After everyone in God's domain was forcibly logged out, and the Ancient Glory expansion pack started to take effect, several shocking pieces of news appeared across God's domain's various official forums. Firstly, Bloodsand, the commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Sin of Wrath, had abruptly declared war on Zero Wing. He had also placed an internal bounty on Zero Wing's members, offering to pay 5 units of 7 Luminaries crystal for each internal member of Zero Wing. The offer was unprecedented, and countless red players eagerly sought to assassinate Zero Wing's internal members right away. Besides Bloodsand's bounty, Phoenix Rain, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, suddenly announced the dissolution of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and all members of the pavilion would be transferred into Zero Wing. At the same time, Ji Lurong, the commander of the top adventurer team Eternal Glory, also announced she would join Zero Wing with all of her adventurer team's members. In no time, Zero Wing, a guild that had been relatively unknown before, suddenly became the center of attention in God's domain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36:29, Chapter 7:03, God's Domain Shaken. Chapter 36:29, Chapter 7:03, God's Domain Shaken. Chapter 7:03, God's Domain Shaken. Zero Wing? What is this guild? What kind of background does it have? Not only did it provoke a bounty from the Flower of Seven Sins, but it even got the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory to join it. Could it be a new guild established by an international corporation? Even international corporations shouldn't have that kind of strength. After all, that is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion we are talking about. It has multiple powerful corporations backing it. It shouldn't need any more corporations to support it. Indeed, I also heard that Eternal Glory's commander Ji Lurong got promoted to Tier 6 not long ago. Even when Ji Lurong was still at Tier 5, she already dared to disrespect the Blackwater Corporation. Yet, she has now chosen to join a no-name guild. It is truly inconceivable. I just did some digging into Zero Wing. It seems it's being led by a second-rate guild's former guild leader. It first appeared in the miniature ancient world and is currently thriving there. Some time ago, even first-rate guilds like the 100 Flower Palace and the Star Alliance had chosen to merge into it. So, I guess you can say it is quite a strong guild. Even so, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory are still crazy to join Zero Wing at this juncture. The Flower of Seven Sins is offering 5 units of 7 Luminaries crystal for each of Zero Wing's internal members. This is already enough to tempt the various powers Tier 5 experts, let alone Tier 5 red players. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity to earn some 7 Luminaries crystals for the Tier 6 promotion. When the news surrounding Zero Wing spread on the official forums, many players couldn't help but wonder about Zero Wing's background. Not only did this new guild assimilate multiple first-rate guilds, but it even managed to swallow up a superpower like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and a top adventurer team with 3 Tier 6 experts like Eternal Glory. After assimilating so many powers, Zero Wing could already be regarded as an overlord in God's domain. Of course, now that Zero Wing had somehow offended the Flower of Seven Sins, everyone could already foresee that this new overlord would soon cease to exist in God's domain. Meanwhile, inside the top-floor VIP room of a 100-story hotel in the real world, there was a round table placed in the middle of the spacious room, and over a dozen figures sat around the table. Some individuals wore cloaks to hide their appearances, and some appeared in holographic form. These individuals also varied in age and gender, and quite a few of them were executives of superpowers. Among these individuals, one of them was Illusory Words, the second vice guild leader of the superpower Crimson Emperor and one of God's domain's 10 great clerics. Another of these individuals was the invincible Spear Lifeless Thorn, and he was currently ranked number 1 on God's domain's black player list. Every one of these individuals had almost nothing in common in God's domain, but they all shared one common characteristic here. They were all Tier 6 players. Everyone gathered in this room was a bona fide Tier 6 expert in God's domain. Among them, the leader of this gathering was an old man over 100 years old. Although the old man was just sitting there, everyone in the room felt oppressed simply by being in his presence. Even 3-star mental strength masters would break out in a cold sweat. The old man was one of God's domain's hidden old monsters. He was from the same era as the 5 great super guilds' old monsters, so very few people knew his true name. However, he had cultivated many experts who were widely known throughout God's domain. Among the old man's students, the most famous would have to be Flowing Cloud, the current top one of the 10 saints, and a level 2 26 holy warrior. Outside of the 2 old monsters from the 5 great super guilds, Flowing Cloud was also publicly acknowledged as the strongest player in God's domain. In the past, Flowing Cloud single-handedly wiped the floor with an empire with his saber, causing Netherworld Empire, one of the 5 great super guilds, to back off. It was also for this reason that Tier 6 experts present in the VIP room greatly feared the old man. According to Flowing Cloud, he never managed to defeat the old man in a duel. Moreover, all of his defeats ended within 10 moves. Everyone couldn't even begin to imagine how strong the old man was if even the strongest of the 10 saints couldn't last 10 moves against him. Phoenix Rain, don't you think you've gone too far? Looking at Phoenix Rain, who sat in the 6th seat, the old man coldly said, "Have you forgotten why I established this Tier 6 alliance in the first place? I did it so that you all can have a place to survive once the world gate opens. Yet, you want to give the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion away? We already promised them 3 empires and 12 kingdoms once the world gate opens. How are we supposed to give them an account on this?" The atmosphere in the room reached a freezing point following the old man's words. "Is Zero Wing that great of a guild, little sister Rain? Is it really worth you giving up the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and your future in the greater God's domain?" Illusory Words, who sat beside Phoenix Rain, asked, her voice giving off a healing feeling. When illusory words finished speaking, everyone else in the room also turned to look at Phoenix Rain curiously. Out of everyone here, Phoenix Rain could be said to be the strongest supporter of the Tier 6 Alliance. She was also among the most knowledgeable regarding the greater God's domain in this room. In fact, many of the individuals present had only joined the Tier 6 Alliance because of Phoenix Rain's invitation. So, everyone was greatly surprised when they learned of Phoenix Rain's decision to hand the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to Zero Wing. "It isn't a matter of whether it is worth it," Phoenix Rain said, sighing as she swept her gaze across the people around the table. "Instead, joining Zero Wing is the best option." If it was before her encounter with Shifeng, Phoenix Rain would have felt that the Tier 6 Alliance was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's only option. After all, the Tier 6 Alliance had over a dozen Tier 6 experts. With such a force at their disposal, even the greater God's domain's various powers would have to more or less show them some respect. But after her meeting with Shifeng, Phoenix Rain could only think of the Tier 6 Alliance as nothing more than a joke. Is Zero Wing that strong? Do you think it can remain unfazed even when making an enemy out of all of us here? The old man suddenly asked in a cold voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3630, Chapter 704, Phoenix Rain's Choice. Chapter 3630, Chapter 704, Phoenix Rain's Choice. Chapter 704, Phoenix Rain's Choice. Redstone Hotel, top floor VIP room. Upon hearing the old man's question, everyone at the table couldn't help but gaze toward Phoenix Rain. Among them, illusory words. A vice guild leader of Crimson Emperor couldn't help but grow worried as she looked at her good friend Phoenix Rain. "Rain, stop angering Elder Mist any further," illusory words whispered to Phoenix Rain. Most of the people present only knew the old man as the Tier 6 Alliance's founder. However, as a vice guild leader of Crimson Emperor, a veteran super guild, illusory words was well aware of the old man's true identity. The old man went by the name of Hidden Mist in God's domain, and he was one of the founding elders of mythology, one of the 5 great super guilds. If not for Hidden Mist having a falling out with another founding elder and withdrawing from mythology many years ago, mythology would have long become the strongest guild in the world rather than just one of the 5 strongest. Meanwhile, throughout the years Hidden Mist had operated behind the scenes, not only did he nurture many famous experts, but he also gained the full support of more than 10 corporations. It was also due to the financial support of these corporations that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could have its current strength, and the many Tier 6 experts present could have the legendary equipment currently in their possession. If Phoenix Rain angered Hidden Mist, she could lose her standing in God's domain and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It should be known that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts didn't just sign a God's domain contract with the pavilion. They had also signed a God's domain contract with the corporations backing it. Hence, even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disbanded and merged into Zero Wing, unless the pavilion's many experts wished to lose their existing weapons and equipment, they would still need to listen to the arrangements of those corporations. If it were a few years ago, Phoenix Rain would have indeed had the final say in all matters in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This was because the corporations that supported the pavilion also supported Phoenix Rain. However, after the corporations behind Hidden Mist had invested in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Phoenix Rain could no longer decide the fate of the pavilion's many experts all by herself. "I know you are striving to secure a better future for our native Tier 6 experts, Elder Mist," Phoenix Rain said calmly. "But don't you think it is a little too much to ask all of us here to surrender half of our territories and sign a lifetime contract to obey those people? And what do we get in return? Some security and the ability to enter the greater God's domain. On the other hand, if we join Zero Wing, while we might not be able to resist the outside powers right away, we won't have any trouble defending our existing territories. As we gain more and more Tier 6 experts, we can even expand our reach to the outside world. In reality, there were 2 reasons Phoenix Rain had chosen to attend the Tier 6 Alliance's meeting today. Firstly, it was to announce her transfer to Zero Wing. Secondly, it was to recruit some experts to join Zero Wing with her. That way, she could have more influence in Zero Wing. I don't blame you for having such thoughts, but that is simply because you don't understand how strong the outside powers are, Hidden Mist said, sighing as he looked at Phoenix Rain. Then, resolutely, he continued, if you insist on joining Zero Wing, I won't stop you. However, you are not allowed to take any part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with you. You will also have to announce your retirement as the Pavilion's guild leader, and 9 Dragons Emperor will take your position. Otherwise, you and your confidants will have to surrender all of the weapons and equipment you have gained because of the corporations and compensate the corporations for all the potions and resources they have supplied to you. Following Hidden Mist's words, 9 Dragons Emperor, who was in his late 30s and seated in the 8th seat, stood up with a smile. Phoenix Rain doesn't hold absolute authority in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Elder Mist, I can persuade the shareholders and Grand Elders to relieve her of her position, 9 Dragons Emperor said to Hidden Mist before glancing at Phoenix Rain. Also, Phoenix Rain's weapons and equipment aren't her personal belongings. Those are legendary equipment gained through countless sacrifices from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts. Phoenix Rain can leave the pavilion, but she must surrender all of her legendary equipment and fragmented legendary items first. Upon hearing 9 Dragons Emperor's words, many of those present couldn't help but look at Phoenix Rain with some sympathy. 9 Dragons Emperor had always been dissatisfied with working under Phoenix Rain as a vice guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In addition, he had the support of nearly half of the pavilion's members. If he were to take the initiative to persuade the pavilion's shareholders and Grand Elders, with the support of the corporations behind Hidden Mist, he could indeed deprive Phoenix Rain's authority and confiscate her items. Meanwhile, once Phoenix Rain lost her legendary equipment, even if she was a Tier 6 expert, it would be long before she could make any waves in God's domain. Her value to Zero Wing would also plummet. 9 Dragons Emperor, how can you do this to your guild leader? Illusory words, seated in the 4th seat, said with a frown. The new expansion pack is just about to launch, and it is the best time for us to make further improvements before the world gate opens. Are you trying to eliminate Rain completely by having her surrender all her items now? This is her decision. I didn't force her into it. 9 Dragons Emperor said contemptuously. If she doesn't want such a fate, she can always choose not to join Zero Wing and continue being the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild leader. You. Illusory words glared at 9 Dragons Emperor, a flame of wrath burning in her eyes. Hidden Mist merely sought to dissuade Phoenix Rain from leaving the Tier 6 Alliance, yet 9 Dragons Emperor sought to take her life. I can surrender my position as guild leader. I can also return all of the weapons and equipment the corporations have given me and compensate the corporations for the potions and resources I have used. However, I will not hand over the guild towns and real estate under my name, Phoenix Rain said firmly to Hidden Mist. Are you truly going to destroy all of your effort and future for Zero Wing? Hidden Mist asked in a colder tone. I have already made a promise to guild leader Black Flame, Phoenix Rain said with a casual smile. She paid no attention whatsoever to the change in Hidden Mist's tone. God's Domain's various guild and NPC cities were necessary to pay for a guild's operating costs. If Zero Wing wished to develop rapidly in their God's Domain, the guild must have some real estate in the various guild and NPC cities. It was also the bottom line she had set for herself in her partnership with Surefoam. If she couldn't even keep this bottom line, she'd be too ashamed to occupy a vice guild leader position in Zero Wing. Good. You best not regret your decision. Hidden Mist said, as he took one last look at Phoenix Rain. "Take your leave, then. The Tier 6 Alliance still has other important matters to discuss." Hearing this, Phoenix Rain got out of her seat and took her leave without hesitation, her actions surprising many present. They never thought Phoenix Rain would be willing to abandon her position as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild leader, discarding many years of her effort. Meanwhile, following Phoenix Rain's departure, Nine Dragons' Emperor smiled even more jovially than before. In reality, Nine Dragons' Emperor and Hidden Mist had been the ones to initiate the abrupt meeting today. Meanwhile, apart from questioning Phoenix Rain, the meeting was held to discuss an even more important subject: the powers outside their god's domain. More specifically, after learning of their god's domain's most recent expansion pack, the outside powers have decided they would forcibly send a batch of players to their god's domain to compete for the taboo dungeons. Phoenix Rain's departure from the Tier 6 Alliance today would thoroughly eliminate any opportunities she had to make a comeback in god's domain. TL notes: 1 Veteran Super Guild. I'm not sure if this description of Crimson Emperor is accurate. In the main story, Crimson Emperor was described as a veteran super first-rate guild. It might have advanced into a super guild at some point, though. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3631, Chapter 705, Outside Powers Arrive. Chapter 3631, Chapter 705, Outside Powers Arrive. Chapter 705, Outside Powers Arrive. God's Domain, Ruined Mountain Range. After waiting for one natural day, many players promptly logged back into God's Domain. In addition, many powers and independent experts swarmed to the ruined temple with their respective teams, causing the originally crowded place to become even more crowded. Is that the taboo mode dungeon mentioned in the Ancient Glory expansion pack? So, this is the first taboo mode dungeon. I can't believe there are 2 level 2 20 Tier 6 hero NPCs guarding its entrance. Just how powerful are the monsters inside? I heard that this taboo mode dungeon was originally a level 2 10 god mode team dungeon in the ruined temple, so its difficulty should be above god mode. Many expert players continued to gather in front of the ruined library in the ruined temple's library area. When these experts saw the 1,000-meter-tall sealed crimson portal at the library's entrance, they couldn't help but be shocked. In God's Domain, most team dungeons' entrance portals would only be several meters in height. Even 500-man team dungeons would only have their entrance portals measure about a dozen meters in height. This was everyone's first time seeing a team dungeon with a 1,000-meter-tall entrance portal. Although a team dungeon's entrance portal wouldn't necessarily reflect its difficulty, everyone present could clearly feel the oppressive mana radiating from the ruined library's portal. The radiated mana was so oppressive that many players found themselves suffocated. It felt as if they weren't standing before an inanimate portal, but a living creature instead. More specifically, it felt like they stood before a Tier 6 god. Because of this, Tier 5 players found it difficult to even get close to the portal. While everyone was observing the dungeon's entrance, a Tier 5 ranger suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, look, it's the 5 great super guilds teams." Subsequently, the crowd gathered in the fountain plaza before the ruined library could be seen stepping aside to make way for a 100-man team. The guild emblems worn by the members of this team consisted of 5 types, indicating that this was a team formed by 5 guilds. Of the members of this team, even the weakest was a Tier 5 expert radiating an aura that could closely match the average Tier 6 expert, and even the weakest piece of equipment found on this player was at the fragmented legendary rank. In addition, there were as many as 50 bona fide Tier 6 experts in this team, and every one of them was equipped with at least one piece of legendary equipment. When these 50 Tier 6 players stood together, ordinary Tier 5 experts dared not stand anywhere near them. As expected of the 5 great super guilds, they can actually afford to mobilize 50 Tier 6 experts to this dungeon. This is probably as many Tier 6 experts as all other powers have combined. It seems I have severely underestimated them in the past. Ji Luorong, who had just come online, couldn't help but be astonished as she looked at the team the 5 great super guilds had sent to raid the Taboo Mode dungeon. 50 Tier 6 experts. That averages to 10 per guild. No wonder even veteran super guilds dare not provoke the 5 great super guilds, Crimson Mist said with a hint of fear in her eyes. Thankfully, we never seriously offended any of them in the past. Otherwise, we really would have been erased from God's domain. The 5 great super guilds have occupied most of our God's domain's resources, so it's unsurprising for them to have such a foundation, Shifeng said, not particularly surprised by the 5 great super guilds' strength. In his previous life, because he had activated the World Gate quite a few years in advance, the various powers had to interact with the greater God's domain before they could develop strong foundations. As a result, they barely had any Tier 6 experts and had a very hard time surviving through the initial phase of the World Gate's opening. However, in the current timeline, the 5 great super guilds had already been operating in God's domain for 10 years. They would have to be wasting the resources they had been occupying if they couldn't even produce 50 Tier 6 experts after all these years. Do you think we can secure the first clear guild leader? Ji Luorong worriedly asked as she looked at the partially unsealed entrance portal. Team Dungeon Raids placed a heavy emphasis on a team's overall strength. Meanwhile, even if they included all of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Eternal Glory's Tier 6 members, Zero Wing would only have 10 Tier 6 experts. Even if all 10 of these Tier 6 experts possessed strength surpassing the 10 Saints, it shouldn't be enough to bridge the gap between Zero Wing's team and the 5 great super guilds team. Not to mention, only 2 of Eternal Glory's Tier 6 experts were present. Crimson Mask, another vice commander of Eternal Glory, was occupied with a quest and couldn't make it for the raid. It should be known that Zero Wing was responsible for activating the Taboo Mode ruined library. It'd be a huge embarrassment for Zero Wing if the 5 great super guilds ended up securing the ruined library's first clear. Just as Ji Luorong finished speaking, another commotion occurred in the Fountain Plaza. Before anyone could react, a mighty pressure descended upon everyone in the plaza, making everyone feel like the sky was falling. Boom. Subsequently, the 100,000-plus Tier 5 experts in the plaza started to collapse to the ground one after another. Although a small minority of Tier 5 experts managed to stay standing, their complexions had turned extremely pale. How is this possible? Ji Luorong couldn't believe her eyes as she looked in the plaza's direction. At this time, a team of 100 Tier 6 experts could be seen walking across the plaza. Every member of this team was equipped with a fragmented legendary equipment set, and they were all at level 215 and above. In addition, even the weakest radiated an aura stronger than the 10 Saints. Who are these people? At this time, even the 5 great super guilds experts were in great shock. Not only had they never seen or heard of any of these 100 Tier 6 experts before, but these players also wore a never-before-seen 3-eyed guild emblem. Meanwhile, shortly after this 100-man Tier 6 team appeared, another 100-man team arrived at the plaza. Although this 100-man team did not radiate as strong of an aura as the team with the 3-eyed emblem, it similarly had 100 Tier 6 experts equipped with a uniform fragmented legendary equipment set. The team did not look like it was from any power in God's domain. What is going on? Where did all these Tier 6 experts come from? Crimson Mist muttered, confusion coloring her eyes as she looked at the 2 Tier 6 teams. I know every power that has a Tier 6 expert, but I have never heard of any guild having 100 Tier 6 experts. Meanwhile, After observing the two teams for a while, Shi Feng said they should be from powers outside of our God's domain. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. See them if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3632. Chapter 706. Difference between powers. Chapter 3632. Chapter 706. Difference between powers. Chapter 706. Difference between powers. Outside powers. When Ji Luorong heard Shi Feng's answer, she couldn't help but look at the two Tier 6 teams in the plaza with renewed shock. Is this the strength of the powers outside our God's domain? Ji Luorong did not doubt Shi Feng's statement. After all, she had never seen or heard of any of the 200-level 215-plus Tier 6 experts who had just arrived at the plaza. Not to mention, Shi Feng had a much better understanding regarding the powers outside of their God's domain than even Phoenix Rain. Since Shi Feng had deemed these two Tier 6 teams to be from an outside power, it should almost certainly be the case. Only, weren't these outside powers a little too frightening? 100 Tier 6 experts. This was a number that could already match the total number of Tier 6 experts that existed in their entire God's domain. Yet, each of the two outside powers that had shown up here had arrived with 100 Tier 6 experts. Moreover, even the weakest of these Tier 6 experts could rival the 10 saints in strength. Wouldn't our God's domain be finished once the world gate opens? Guild Leader Black Flame? Purple Eye asked nervously as she looked at the 200 Tier 6 foreign experts in the plaza. While Purple Eye was confident she could win a fight against any of these foreign Tier 6 experts thanks to her secret treasure set and mana purification technique, the other party had an overwhelming number of Tier 6 experts. She doubted she could escape with her life if she had to go up against such overwhelming odds. Needless to say, the chances of the average native Tier 6 expert surviving against these foreign experts were even lower. It should be known that the world gate remained closed thus far, and the outside world's players still couldn't freely enter their God's domain. Yet, the outside world's powers could already dispatch such an invincible force into their God's domain. At this point, Purple Eye couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen once the world gate opened, and the outside world's players could freely enter their God's domain. How were any of their God's domain's powers supposed to survive? Don't worry. Seeing the anxiety on Purple Eye, Shi Feng explained, as a protection mechanism for native players, every God's domain will suppress all non-native players who enter it, and the higher a player's tier, the stronger the suppression they will face. So, while these foreign Tier 6 experts might have powerful auras, their basic attributes are actually much weaker than the average Tier 6 player. They're just slightly stronger than Tier 5 players, and can only be considered as pseudo-Tier 6 players. Moreover, foreign Tier 6 players cannot manipulate the mana inside our God's domain. They can only utilize their own mana. If you were to fight them, you can easily take on 100 of them by yourself. Every God's domain came with a powerful protection mechanism for its native players. This mechanism existed to maximize the survival rate of civilizations newly introduced to the greater God's domain and allow everyone to climb to the apex. Or, at the very least, it could ensure a civilization wouldn't get eliminated as soon as it was introduced to the greater God's domain. Of course, there were always exceptions. If a power destroyed a God's domain directly, the players and powers inhabiting said God's domain would immediately cease to exist. Only very few powers possessed such frightening strength in the greater God's domain. Meanwhile, Ji Luorong and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief when they heard Shi Feng's explanation. They had much to lose in God's domain. It would be absolutely terrible for them if their God's domain were to become another civilization's possession as soon as the world gate opened. Be that as it may, we can only stay holed up in our God's domain. We won't be able to leave at all, While Ji Luorong and the others were sighing in relief, a team of several dozen players approached them. Meanwhile, walking in the lead of this team was Phoenix Rain. Upon seeing Phoenix Rain, Ji Luorong and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Did you all get robbed, Big Sis Rain?" Ji Luorong couldn't help but ask when she saw the present state of Phoenix Rain and her teammates. At this time, the only item in Phoenix Rain's possession that remained the same was her staff. Apart from that, all of the equipment she previously wore had been swapped out for level 200 epic equipment. It was like she had transformed from an empress to a peasant. Moreover, it wasn't just Phoenix Rain that had undergone such a transformation. Blue Phoenix and the other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members on Phoenix Rain's team had also lost all of their fragmented legendary items. Although level 200 epic weapons and equipment was by no means terrible in God's domain, they still shouldn't be the only items that a super first-rate guild's main force members had equipped. After all, even in first-rate guilds, every main force member would have at least one or two fragmented legendary items. If not for Phoenix Rain still having her legendary staff, the overall strength of Phoenix Rain's team wouldn't even meet the standard of a first-rate team. "We weren't robbed," Blue Phoenix, who stood behind Phoenix Rain, said with a wry smile. "It's just that the guild's grand elders and shareholders have all switched to Nine Dragons Emperor's side. To ensure that we could keep the guild towns and real estate we had promised to Zero Wing, Big Sis Rain had no choice but to return all of the weapons and equipment that belonged to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. On top of that, Big Sis Rain also ended up owing a huge sum of money. Although Blue Phoenix spoke in a casual and teasing manner, everyone who heard her could tell she was greatly disheartened. After all, how could she not be disheartened? She had previously been equipped with weapons and equipment that were among the best in God's domain. Yet now she had lost all those things, effectively losing years of her effort. "It's fine. We can simply get more weapons and equipment," Phoenix Rain said nonchalantly. "So long as we have those real estate, we can always rise back again." "You make it sound as if it's easy, Rain." Illusory Words, wearing a black cloak that failed to hide her seductive figure, said as she rolled her eyes at Phoenix Rain. Then she bluntly continued, "Have you forgotten how much you have gone through to get your hands on those 3 pieces of legendary equipment? Even with the Tier 6 Alliance's assistance, it took you several years to gather the necessary materials to repair those equipment. Moreover, that was back when the various powers were in the midst of exploring God's Domain's maps. Now that 99% of God's Domain's maps have been explored, do you think it'll be as easy to get your hands on 3 pieces of legendary equipment, and compatible ones at that? Not to mention, Zero Wing wouldn't necessarily be grateful for your sacrifice. On the other hand, if you were still the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild leader right now, you could have gotten in touch with the Dragon Hunting Temple by now. That's an upper-ranking hegemonic power we are talking about. Exploring the Taboo Mode dungeon with such a power will be infinitely better than doing so with a guild that barely has any Tier 6 players." Illusory Words' words were sharp, especially when she mentioned Zero Wing. Her eyes focused on Shifeng, and her gaze had a cold glint. After learning of the Tier 6 Alliance's true trump card in the latest meeting, Illusory Words felt that Phoenix Rain's decision to join Zero Wing was utterly foolish. Unfortunately, the only thing she could do to try to rectify the decision was to persuade Phoenix Rain to apologize to Hidden Mist. With how highly the old man valued her, Phoenix Rain should have no trouble rejoining the Tier 6 Alliance, so long as she voiced her regret. While Illusory Words was speaking, another 100-man team arrived at the plaza. Although not composed entirely of Tier 6 experts, this 100-man team still had 30 Tier 6 experts. Meanwhile, leading the team was a one-eyed middle-aged man who was a level 217 Tier 6 Guardian Knight wearing a dragon-shaped guild emblem, and standing next to him was Nine Dragons Emperor, a level 211 Tier 6 Ranger. At this time, all 70 of the Level 210, Tier 5 experts standing behind 9 Dragons Emperor were equipped with a uniform fragmented legendary equipment set, and they radiated auras that could closely rival Tier 6 players. Although the whole 100-man team was not a match for the 2 Tier 6 teams from before, it could closely match the 5 Great Super Guilds team. That's the fragmented legendary basic battle array equipment set provided by the Dragon Hunting Temple. Although not as strong as the 2 Outside Powers Advanced version, it is still a one-of-a-kind in our God's domain, illusory words said as she looked at 9 Dragons Emperor's team. Then, she returned her gaze to Phoenix Rain and sighed, saying, "If you hadn't withdrawn from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, that equipment could have been yours." Fragmented legendary equipment sets that came attached with battle arrays were impossible to find in their God's domain. Yet, Phoenix Rain had abandoned the opportunity to secure one of these sets for herself just to join Zero Wing, a guild that barely had any fame until recently. Zero Wing is indeed incapable of securing compatible legendary equipment currently, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw illusory words voicing grievances on Phoenix Rain's behalf. But if it's only fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets, Zero Wing has some. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. See them if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3633, Chapter 707, Beyond Hegemonics. Chapter 3633, Chapter 707, Beyond Hegemonics. Chapter 707, Beyond Hegemonics. You have some? Illusory words couldn't help but look at Shifeng contemptuously when she heard his words. Why don't you take them out and show them to us, then? As wealthy as the 5 great super guilds were, even they probably didn't have a single fragmented legendary battle array equipment set. Needless to say, it would be even more impossible for Zero Wing, an upstart guild that had merely integrated several first-rate guilds, to have any. In illusory words' opinion, Shifeng was merely putting on an act. Those battle array sets can't exhibit their potential without sufficient scale. Guild leader, if you want to raise our overall strength, it'll be enough to just give each of us a few fragmented legendary items, Phoenix Rain advised. Phoenix Rain similarly did not think Zero Wing would have any fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets, but to save Shifeng from embarrassment, she decided to offer him an alternative solution that she knew he could fulfill. After all, Shifeng had previously killed a bunch of experts from the Flower of Seven Sins and obtained their equipment. The 100 Flower Palace and the Star Alliance were also first-rate guilds with powerful foundations before they joined Zero Wing. So, Zero Wing should have no trouble coming up with enough fragmented legendary items to arm a small team of several dozen. Blue Phoenix also hurriedly nodded in agreement. Unlike illusory words, Blue Phoenix knew that Zero Wing had treated them wonderfully thus far, and they'd be very ungrateful if they tried to make trouble for Zero Wing. "You don't need to turn down my offer," Shifeng said as he initiated a trade with Phoenix Rain and started placing Eternal Magic Armor equipment sets into the trade window one after another. Melting Flame and the others had worked tirelessly to produce these Eternal Magic Armor sets, and Shifeng had brought a little over 50 sets back with him this time. Although it wasn't enough to equip a 100-man team, only 20 sets were needed to activate a small bronze magic array. "Guild leader, you really don't have tea." When Phoenix Rain saw that Shifeng was trading equipment to her, her immediate reaction was to try to stop him. However, when she got a closer look at the Eternal Magic Armor set, her words got caught in her mouth. Each part of the Eternal Magic Armor set was covered in runes that combined to form a self-contained structure. At a glance, the runes obviously formed a battle array, and it was a battle array of high quality at that. Simply the mana the Eternal Magic Armor set carried was no less than the battle array sets of the 2 foreign Tier 6 teams. As a vice guild leader of Zero Wing, You will be needed to lead your own exploration team in the future. So, take these eternal magic armor sets as a welcome gift, Feng said to Phoenix Rain in a private chat as he traded 40 eternal magic armor sets to her without hesitation. Although Zero Wing isn't at the level of apex powers, we aren't your average power in the greater God's domain either. 40 bronze battle array sets. Phoenix Rain nearly exclaimed out loud when she saw the eternal magic armor sets Feng had just traded to her. What did you just say, Rain? Bronze battle array sets. And 40 of them? Illusory words couldn't help but grow confused as she looked at Phoenix Rain. In response to Illusory Word's confusion, Phoenix Rain shared the eternal magic armor set stats with her. Of course, she had only done so because she trusted Illusory Words and wished to let the other party understand more about Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after seeing the eternal magic armor set statistics, Illusory Words couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It should be known that the 2 foreign Tier 6 teams were backed by conglomerates. Even then, they could only equip themselves with advanced battle array sets. As for the Dragon Hunting Temple, it wouldn't even dare to dream of owning bronze battle array sets. Yet, not only did Zero Wing possess bronze battle array sets, but Feng had even gifted 40 sets to Phoenix Rain at no cost. Just what kind of foundation must Zero Wing possess to be so generous? Rain, are we best friends? Can you tell me what kind of power Zero Wing is? Illusory Words whispered to Phoenix Rain. At this time, Illusory Words could no longer see Zero Wing as a native power of their god's domain. Or, more specifically, she refused to believe this to be the case. After all, if even the 5 great super guilds didn't have such a powerful foundation, there was no way a native upstart guild could have it. Seeing the urgency on Illusory Word's face, Phoenix Rain pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying, I can't give you a precise answer. I can only say that Zero Wing is a power above hegemons. A power above hegemons. Illusory Words couldn't help but take another look at Feng when she heard Phoenix Rain's answer. Although her heart was still full of doubts, it was a fact that Phoenix Rain had received 40 eternal magic armor sets from Feng. Despite being an upper-ranking hegemonic power, even the Dragon Hunting Temple could not get its hands on a treasure like the eternal magic armor set. This must mean that only the powers rumored to stand above upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the outside world could access treasures like the eternal magic armor set. Zero Wing, a power above hegemons? This revelation stunned Illusory Words for a long time. If Zero Wing truly stood above upper-ranking hegemonic powers, the 100 Flower Palace, the Star Alliance, and Phoenix Rain's decision to go all out on Zero Wing would no longer be an illogical one. Why don't you join Zero Wing as well, Big Sis Illusory? Phoenix Rain asked when she saw the pondering look on Illusory Words. You'll be subjected to the Dragon Hunting Temple's management if you follow Elder Mist. With such a restriction, it is highly improbable that Crimson Emperor can prosper outside of our god's domain. You'll also have a hard time improving yourself any further. Now that the Tier 6 Alliance had subordinated itself to the Dragon Hunting Temple for protection, it went without saying any valuable resource the Tier 6 Alliance acquired in the future would go to the Dragon Hunting Temple. As for the Tier 6 Alliance's members, they'd be fortunate if there were even scraps left for them. This Illusory Words was a little tempted by Phoenix Rain's proposal. However, before Illusory Words could give her an answer, 9 Dragons Emperor suddenly shouted for her from a distance. Illusory, we have only been given one chance. If you don't want to end up like Phoenix Rain, hurry up and gather here. When Illusory Words heard 9 Dragons Emperor calling for her, she quickly dismissed her thoughts of joining Zero Wing. Unlike Phoenix Rain, the restraints on her were much heavier. After all, she did not have the support of any corporation or shareholder of Crimson Emperor. Her decision to join the Tier 6 alliance was even made against the wishes of Crimson Emperor. Because of this, Crimson Emperor's several Vice Guild leaders were watching her closely, eagerly waiting for her to slip up. What a pity! Phoenix Rain couldn't help but sigh when she saw illusory words leave her side. Dungeons were a crucial source of weapons and equipment for the various powers, and the two most important roles in a dungeon raid were the tanks and healers. As a Tier 6 cleric god, and one of God's domain's 10 great clerics, illusory words could reduce the difficulty of any team dungeon by a large margin, so long as she had a sufficiently strong tank standing before her. It was also why, despite tasking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to raid the taboo mode ruined temple on its behalf, the dragon hunting temple still included illusory words in its team. No need to feel unfortunate, Shifeng said nonchalantly as he looked at illusory words' departing figure. She will soon learn that joining Zero Wing will be the best option, even if it means making an enemy out of all powers in God's domain. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, the ruined library's entrance portal also became fully unsealed. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3634, Chapter 708, The Price of Taboo Mode. Chapter 3634, Chapter 708, The Price of Taboo Mode. Chapter 708, The Price of Taboo Mode. Ruined Temple, Ruined Library. When the 1,000-meter-tall portal bloomed with dazzling brilliance, the magic runes responsible for sealing it dissipated completely. Almost simultaneously, the several 100,000 players gathered in front of the portal went into a frenzy. Charge! The Taboo Dungeon's first clear is ours. The many 100-man teams in the plaza charged into the portal one after another frantically, all of them aiming to secure the ruined library's first clear and become the pioneer of the new era in God's domain. However, whether it was the various superpowers teams or the foreign Tier 6 teams, none moved from where they stood. They merely observed all of this happening, behaving like they didn't care about the ruined library's first clear. Imbeciles! Do they think a Taboo Dungeon's first clear can be easily acquired? The one-eyed, middle-aged guardian knight from the dragon hunting temple thought contemptuously as he watched the teams swarming the ruined library's entrance portal. Taboo dungeons were considered gold mines, even in the greater God's domain. However, not just any power could harvest these gold mines. This wasn't to say that certain powers had monopolized taboo dungeons and forbade others from entering. On the contrary, although apex powers had indeed occupied some of the known taboo dungeons in the greater God's domain, they would gladly welcome anyone to enter their taboo dungeons if the other party was willing to pay a fee of 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal or treasures of equivalent value. They would even welcome their enemies with open arms if they were willing to pay up. Of course, these apex powers weren't doing so wasn't out of generosity, and neither was it because they didn't care about the items inside taboo dungeons. Instead, it was because of the great difficulty of raiding taboo dungeons and the extreme cost of deaths inside taboo dungeons. If players died inside a taboo dungeon, they wouldn't simply lose some EXP and items. They would also lose a portion of their immortal souls. During the advent of taboo dungeons, players never noticed the damage to their immortal souls when they died in a taboo dungeon. This was because the portion they lost on each death was barely perceptible. However, as players started to experience more deaths inside taboo dungeons, they eventually noticed the subtle death penalty in taboo dungeons. But even then, players didn't care about the loss as it was so minuscule that it did not affect their normal development. That was until one day, a main force member of a particular power lost an accumulated total of 10% of his immortal soul while raiding taboo dungeons. Upon hitting the 10% threshold, said player suffered a permanent death, and the news dumbfounded the various powers back then. Under normal circumstances, if players lost only 10% of their immortal souls, they wouldn't even see any impact on their skill and spell usage. Yet, a player had suffered a permanent death after losing just 10% of their immortal soul to taboo dungeons. This discovery frightened the greater god's domain's various powers. As a result, none of the various powers dared to recklessly allow their teams to raid taboo dungeons from then onward. Meanwhile, based on past successes, a team would have to be fully composed of Tier 6 experts equipped with fragmented legendary equipment sets to successfully raid taboo dungeons. Moreover, these were only Level 210 taboo dungeons. In the case of Level 210 plus taboo dungeons, each team member would need to have at least 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Otherwise, the chances of success would be near non-existent. As luck would have it, the Ruined Temple was a Level 210 taboo dungeon. It was the greatest difficulty conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers like the Dragon Hunting Temple were willing to challenge. Not to mention, the Ruined Temple's first clear reward remained available, and there was no need to pay an entrance fee, since nobody had laid claim to the taboo dungeon yet. Hence, they were willing to pay the price of sending some members through the World Gate before it opened to descend upon this god's domain. However, rather than blindly charging into the taboo dungeon like the native teams, what they should do first and foremost was to wait. Whenever a new taboo dungeon appeared, it was standard for the various powers to send numerous reconnaissance teams to gather as much information as possible. Never would they send their main forces into a taboo dungeon blind. After all, the main force members of any power were highly valuable and would require a lot of time to replace. It was especially so for peerless geniuses, as the loss of such geniuses could take years, decades, or even centuries to recover from. As for why they had shown up so early, it was to detain and interrogate any natives who came out of the taboo dungeon. The crowd is gone. How are your preparations coming along? Shi Feng asked Phoenix Rain when he saw the mostly empty plaza. After sweeping her gaze across her teammates, Phoenix Rain nodded and answered, "We are ready to go." "Okay, let's head inside." Then, Shi Feng said before entering the ruined library with Phoenix Rain, Ji Lurong, and the others, "You are doomed for sure, Phoenix Rain." When 9 Dragons Emperor saw Phoenix Rain entering the ruined library, he couldn't help but smirk. This was the first time a taboo dungeon had appeared in their god's domain, so there shouldn't be anybody from their god's domain who knew about the cost of taboo dungeons. If not for the Dragon Hunting Temple, 9 Dragons Emperor wouldn't have known about the horrors of taboo dungeons either. Meanwhile, knowing Illusory Word's relationship with Phoenix Rain, 9 Dragons Emperor had deliberately kept this information from Illusory Words. So, by the time Phoenix Rain notices the damage to her immortal soul, she should only be a few deaths away from a permanent death. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3635. Chapter 709, One-Man Legion. Chapter 3635. Chapter 709, One-Man Legion. Chapter 709, One-Man Legion. After crossing the portal, Shi Feng and his team were teleported into a corridor covered in thorny vines and lined with stone statues. Then, upon getting a good look at their surroundings, Ji Lurong and the others couldn't help but gasp. Is this supposed to be a taboo dungeon? Phoenix Rain was flabbergasted as she looked at the divine runes engraved on the walls. Not only did these divine runes suppress her mental state and physique, but they also weakened her control over her body and mana. Despite being a Tier 6 player, Phoenix Rain currently felt that she was only slightly stronger than Tier 5 legendary monsters of the same level. If even she was suppressed to such an extent, she couldn't even begin to imagine what would become of Tier 5 players in this dungeon. Not to mention, There were also the 100-plus demon statues that lined the sides of the corridor. At first glance, they might look like inanimate statues, but closer inspection would show that they were bona fide level 208 count-ranked demon kings. Among them, there were also 6 100-meter-tall demon statues that were level 210 Marquis-ranked demon kings. Unlike humans, demons inherently possessed extraordinary 5 senses and control over mana. Even the lowest-ranking demon could put up a good fight against human NPCs of the tier. As for count-ranked demons, they could rival 4-winged Valkyries of the same tier, and it should be known that Tier 5 4-winged Valkyries were existences that could give even Tier 6 players a difficult time. Yet, there were over 100 such existences in this corridor, and this was only the starting point of the taboo dungeon. As for Marquis-ranked demons, they could rival 6-winged Valkyries of the same tier, and defeating a Marquis-ranked demon king would require at least a 100-man Tier 5 team, led by 1 Tier 6 player. We are quite lucky we got teleported to the exhibition area instead of the curse area, Shi Feng said, sighing in relief when he saw the demon statues lining the corridor. You consider this lucky? Ji Luorong couldn't help but look at Shi Feng dubiously as she pointed at the 6 100-meter-tall demon statues in the distance. Guild leader, those are level 210 Marquis-ranked demon kings. Just one of them is enough to hold back our entire team. We are indeed lucky. Had we started from the cursed area, we would have had to give up before we could even start, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The ruined library might have been upgraded into a taboo mode dungeon, but the only thing that changed was the addition of divine runes that suppressed players. Meanwhile, based on the information he heard of the ruined library in his previous life, players would be randomly teleported to one of 3 starting areas when they entered the dungeon, specifically the exhibition area, the cursed area, and the courtyard area, prior to the upgrade. Although each of these 3 areas housed monsters of a different type, there wasn't any notable difference in overall raid difficulty. However, after the ruined library became a taboo mode dungeon, the cursed area would undoubtedly become the deadliest of the 3 areas. The cursed area's monsters were evil spirits, and attribute-wise, they were the weakest out of all monsters in the 3 starting areas. However, their weakness was compensated by the fact that the cursed area would curse all players in it, drowning them in darkness and restricting their vision range to just 1 yard. And as evil spirits did not have a fixed form and could move without making any sound, players would have a very difficult time reacting to them. In comparison, while the exhibition area's demons might have powerful attributes, neither they nor the environment placed any restrictions on players. Meanwhile, following the addition of the divine runes, players would have their mental states suppressed while in the dungeon, which would prevent them from mentally perceiving their surroundings. If their vision was restricted on top of that, unless they had reached the extrasensory realm, they could forget trying to block any attacks from monsters. They were almost certain to get hit by any monsters that targeted them in God's domain. Unless players possessed a tier advantage, they would receive significant amounts of damage if monsters landed a direct hit on them. Even tank classes could not survive more than a few direct hits from monsters of the same tier and level, let alone other classes. What should we do next, guild leader? Phoenix Rain asked, frowning after she finished scrutinizing the corridor's situation. Although the terrain here is cramped, there is still too much space for us to create an effective choke. And even if our tier SIXS can hold back those 6 Marquises, our tier 5 tanks can, at best, hold back 2 or 3 counts each. We simply don't have the numbers to hold all the counts at bay. The basic attributes and mana of their team's tier 5 members might be close to reaching the tier 6 standard, but under the divine rune suppression, only the tanks would stand a chance against the level 208 count-ranked demon kings in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention, the demon statues outnumbered their team. We don't have to go through such trouble to deal with these demon statues, Shi Feng said as he scanned his surroundings. I will distract these demon statues, while the tanks will stop any that manage to slip by. As for everyone else, just focus on doing damage. If he was still at Tier 5 right now, he'd have no way of successfully raiding the Taboo Mode Ruined Temple with his current team. Fortunately, he now had basic attributes rivaling level 200 Tier 6 gods. His basic attributes were superior to even level 210 divine monsters, let alone level 210 Tier 5 demon kings. Before Phoenix Rain, and the others could say anything, Shi Feng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and activated World of Frost, summoning 100 frost swords that carried 300% of his strength. Then, he charged forward and initiated the attack on the demon statues. With his mental state suppressed heavily, Shi Feng could not execute combat techniques with his frost swords. However, because of his overwhelming strength, each frost sword could easily shatter even the Tier 5 curses of the Marquis-ranked demon kings. In just the first exchange, all the count-ranked demon kings were sent flying all over the place, and each saw a small chunk of their HP bars vanishing. Although each count-ranked demon king had over 100 billion HP, they lost over a billion when struck by Shi Feng's frost swords. As for the Marquis-ranked demon kings, they were sent stumbling by Shi Feng's attacks, and each of them lost over 100 million HP. A one-sided exchange. It was an absolutely one-sided exchange, with overwhelming strength. In fact, before anyone else could take action, the count-ranked demon kings had already lost 10% of their HPs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shi Feng could eliminate all of the count-ranked demon kings without any help. Is he really just a level 178, Tier 6 swordsman? Ji Luorong couldn't help but be dumbfounded as she looked at the 100 frost swords Shi Feng manipulated. Previously, Shi Feng's performance when he annihilated the Flower of Seven Sins members was already incredible. Even so, it paled in comparison to his current performance. Anyone could tell that the ruined library's monsters were tough opponents. Even a 100-man Tier 6 team should need significant time and effort to eliminate a group of demon statues. Yet, these demon statues were no different than cannon fodder in front of Shi Feng. He could kill them however he wanted, and none of them could resist. At this point, Ji Luorong even suspected that, if given enough time, Shi Feng could conquer the entire taboo dungeon by himself. We should join the fight as well, boss. Otherwise, the guild leader is going to take care of all these monsters by himself, Crimson Mist said before she charged at one of the Marquis-ranked demon kings. Compared to Ji Luorong, Crimson Mist was much less fazed by Shi Feng's current performance. After all, she had already seen Shi Feng suppressing a group of monsters in the ruined mountain range's inner area without lifting a finger. That was a much more shocking scene in comparison. Subsequently, Shi Feng and the others quickly dispatched the demon statues. When one of the Marquis-ranked demon king's corpses turned to dust, it left behind a dark blue arm guard covered in ancient divine runes, the arm guard's appearance momentarily freezing the space around it. We got a drop already? When Shi Feng saw the dark blue arm guard, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. TL notes, 1 Demon King. Note that Demon King is the term used to refer to Tier 5 demons. Tier 3, Demon Tier 4, Great Demon Tier 5. Demon King follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3636, Chapter 710, God Chaser Set. Chapter 3636, Chapter 710, God Chaser Set. Chapter 710, God Chaser Set. What is this equipment? How can it seal space in its natural state? Looking at its glow effect, it should only be a piece of epic equipment. You'd rarely find space-restricting hidden abilities, even among legendary equipment. How can a piece of epic equipment have such an ability? Everyone had their curiosity piqued when they saw the effect the dark blue armed guard exerted on its surroundings, and they couldn't help but wonder about the armed guard's actual quality. Is it really just a piece of epic equipment, guild leader? Ji Luorong asked when she saw Shi Feng starting to appraise the armed guard. Then she continued in astonishment. The instant that armed guard appeared, I felt myself frozen in place momentarily. The only other item that has given me such an experience before is the Burning Sun Bow, and that's one of the 10 great legendary weapons owned by that old monster from mythology. There's no way something with a similar hidden ability is only at the epic rank. The Burning Sun Bow was one of God's Domain's 10 great legendary weapons, and it had a hidden ability that allowed its user to briefly lock down the surrounding space of their targets. Even so, the Burning Sun Bow's hidden ability could only come into effect when a player equipped it. Yet despite being unequipped, the dark blue arm guard momentarily froze everyone present. And if it could already exert such a powerful effect while in an unequipped state, how powerful would it become when equipped by a player? At this time, Phoenix Rain, Shadowflower, and the others also looked at Shi Feng curiously. This arm guard is indeed at the epic rank, Shi Feng said, nodding after he finished appraising the arm guard. Then he joyfully continued, but this isn't any ordinary epic arm guard. Instead, it's the arm guard piece for the God Chaser set, a level 2 10 epic equipment set. It's only a level 2 10 epic set. Phoenix Rain and the others were visibly disappointed when they heard Shi Feng's answer. A level 2 10 epic equipment set could match a fragmented legendary equipment set in basic attributes, and it could indeed be considered top-tier equipment in their God's domain. However, once the world gate opened, such a set could no longer be considered top-tier. Don't be so quick to discount it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head and chuckling when he saw everyone's disappointed looks. The God Chaser set might only be a level 2 10 epic equipment set, but when all 8 pieces are gathered, the set can be leveled up to 220 and grant basic attributes, rivaling a full set of legendary equipment. Moreover, the 8-piece set effect also reduces the level requirement to level 200. Even in the greater God's domain, the God Chaser set can be considered top tier. In his previous life, the God Chaser sets produced by the Ruined Temple were only level 200 Dark Gold equipment sets. Even after gathering all 8 set pieces, the basic attributes players could gain from the God Chaser set was similar to what they would get from being equipped with a full set of fragmented legendary equipment. Honestly, when Shi Feng learned of the God Chaser set in his previous life, he couldn't help but find the information on the set exaggerated. After all, according to the information extracted from the ruined library, the God Slayer had personally crafted the God Chaser set, and it was described to be able to give humans strength to combat gods. But if the God Chaser set only provided similar basic attributes as a full set of fragmented legendary equipment, there was no way it could let humans fight gods of the same level and tier. However, after seeing the epic-ranked God Chaser set, Shi Feng realized the information wasn't exaggerating matters after all. Instead, it had just been referring to a different God Chaser set. Another thing that surprised Shi Feng was the epic God Chaser set's drop rate. Normally, the drop rate in taboo mode dungeons was abysmal. This was true even for newly discovered taboo mode dungeons. So, he was greatly surprised when he saw a set piece for the epic God Chaser set dropping from the first group of monsters they killed. If it can rival a full set of legendary equipment in basic attributes and be worn at level 200, anyone who equips the full set will be nigh invincible, even after the world gate opens. Blue Phoenix exclaimed, even for the 5 great super guilds, it would be an absolute extravagance to fully equip a player in legendary equipment. So, if a player could equip the full God Chaser set, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them invincible in God's domain. According to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's understanding of the world outside of their God's domain, It was similarly difficult for powers to fully equip a player in legendary equipment. Even if there were powers who could afford to do so, there wouldn't be many. In that case, we should eliminate as many demon statues as we can while advancing. It'll be a jackpot for us if we can gather a complete set, Ji Luorong said with sparkling eyes. If Zero Wing could add a nigh invincible expert to its ranks, it would serve as a huge motivation to guild members and a powerful deterrence to enemies. This was an effect that could not be achieved normally, even with multiple Tier 6 experts. Immediately, everyone became much more enthusiastic about killing demon statues. However, due to Shifeng's skills being a limiting factor, they had to rest for a few minutes before they could proceed with the next battle. This led to the team's progression being rather slow. To make matters worse, the drop rate was relatively low. After 6 hours of hunting, even with Shifeng having consumed an elixir of fortune, the team only obtained 31 pieces of equipment, of which only 13 were set pieces for the God Chaser set. Moreover, most of them were duplicates. While Shifeng and the others were hard at work, a commotion occurred outside the ruined library. In the past 6 hours, several 100,000 players, amounting to several thousand teams, had entered the ruined library. Some teams faced deadly traps, some faced demon statues, and some faced evil spirits. However, regardless of which challenge they faced, over 99% of these teams died before they could even make it past the first group of traps or monsters they faced. Even teams led by Tier 6 players had faced annihilation. The difficulty of the taboo mode Ruined Temple was truly unprecedented. As expected, none of these wastrels are useful, the one-eyed middle-aged guardian knight from the dragon-hunting temple scoffed when he read the intelligence 9 dragons Emperor gathered. Then he looked toward 9 dragons Emperor and commanded Tell Hidden Mist to gather all of the Tier 6 Alliance's Tier 6 players and have them explore the ruined temple. Have them get ready to transfer the promised real estate as well. The dragon hunting temple will send someone to complete the handover procedures tomorrow. Only the Tier 6 Alliance's members will be going in. 9 dragons Emperor couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. Do you have a problem? The one-eyed guardian knight coldly asked. No, but even if Elder Mist agrees to it, I don't think we can gather much information with just so few of us, 9 dragons Emperor hurriedly said. You just need to gather as much information inside the dungeon as possible. I don't need you to die more than a few times, the one-eyed guardian knight said as he looked at 9 dragons Emperor's worried expression. Then he pointed at the 2 other foreign teams, who were in the midst of apprehending Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts in the distance, and coldly smiled, saying, You should be thankful you are partnered with the Dragon Hunting Temple. Otherwise, you'll probably have the same fate as those people, having to explore the taboo dungeon until you're gone for good. I'll get it done right away. When 9 Dragons Emperor saw the 2 foreign teams capturing the various powers Tier 6 experts outside the ruined library, he dared not hesitate any longer. Meanwhile, when Illusory Words, who had hidden her identity with a black cloak, saw the scene outside the ruined library, she couldn't help but shudder. Just a moment ago, she saw the 2 foreign teams capturing several joint teams formed by over a dozen native superpowers, and among those captured were Crimson Emperor's Tier 6 experts. Then, these foreign teams forced the players they captured to explore the ruined library, and those who refused to comply were repeatedly killed until they fell back to level 0. How did things come to this? Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3637, Chapter 711, God's Domain's Calamity. Chapter 3637, Chapter 711, God's Domain's Calamity. Chapter 711, God's Domain's Calamity. Redstone Hotel, top floor VIP room. The time currently was late in the evening. The sky outside the top-floor VIP room was pitch black, and few cars and pedestrians could be seen on the street below. Despite this, the room was brightly lit. At this time, the round table that could easily accommodate more than 30 people was fully seated. Among the Tier 6 Alliance's members, there were also about a dozen or so other individuals present in holographic form. If any of these individuals were to appear in a crowded location, almost everyone would recognize them immediately. Sinful Flame, a legendary individual from the Superpower Azure Chamber of Commerce. Melancholy, the guild leader of the Super Guild 13 Thrones. Silent Soul, the guild leader of the Superpower Unyielding Soul. Half Madness, one of the 10 Saints, and a member of the Super Guild Battle Wolves. Every one of these individuals was a big shot in God's domain. Currently, though, all of them wore indescribably grim looks on their faces. So, going by your words, we don't have any other choice. Elder Mist. Melancholy, a giant of a man over 2 meters tall, asked angrily as he looked at the bearded, hidden Mist. That is correct. This is already our best option, Hidden Mist said, nodding somewhat helplessly. I believe all of you have already learned of the situation at the ruined temple. The allure, the taboo dungeon, holds to the foreign power has far exceeded our imaginations. Not only have they captured the Tier 6 experts of over a dozen superpowers, but they are also going after the Tier 5 S-League experts. They have even gone as far as to force everyone to sign a God's Domain contract or face an endless cycle of death. 9 Dragons Emperor and Illusory Words have both witnessed this happen in person. They have also made a recording, so feel free to watch it. Right now, your only option is to join the Tier 6 Alliance, hand over all your real estate, and become a subordinate power to the Dragon Hunting Temple. Only then can you avoid suffering a worse fate in the hands of the 2 other powers. Upon hearing Hidden Mist's words, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Powerlessness. At this time, everyone present felt a deep sense of powerlessness overwhelm their hearts. It should be known that the dozen or so native Tier 6 experts who had gone to raid the ruined library were all individuals that even they had to treat with caution. Yet, none of these experts could put up any resistance in front of the 2 foreign powers teams. Even the 5 great super guilds experts had barely managed to evade capture by promptly re-entering the taboo dungeon after exiting it. Otherwise, they, too, would have suffered a similar fate. It should be known that all of the foreign Tier 6 experts were merely pseudo-Tier 6 experts. Although their battle arrays could boost basic attributes, it did not change the fact that they couldn't manipulate the mana around them. Yet, their God's Domain's native Tier 6 experts could just barely win against these foreign Tier 6 experts in a one-on-one fight. Naturally, in such a situation, no native power could challenge the 2 foreign powers' 200 Tier 6 experts. Not to mention, these were only the advanced teams of the 2 foreign powers. Their actual armies would only arrive once the World Gate opened. Signing a contract with the Dragon Hunting Temple isn't necessarily our only option. Amidst the silence, a sweet and crisp voice suddenly echoed across the round table, causing everyone to turn toward the source of the voice. What other options do you have, Vice Guild Leader Illusory? Sinful Flame from the Azure Chamber of Commerce immediately asked in a somewhat excited tone. The only reason the Dragon Hunting Temple was willing to partner with their God's Domain's native powers was to establish a sturdy foundation for itself before the World Gate opened. That way, it could nurture their God's Domain's native experts to raid the taboo mode ruined dungeon on its behalf. If not for this reason, it was unlikely the Dragon Hunting Temple would be interested in partnering with any native power. So, apart from becoming a subordinate of the Dragon Hunting Temple, Sinful Flame found it hard to imagine what better options were available to their God's Domain's native powers. Zero Wing. Illusory Words said through her holographic projection. Based on my understanding, not only is Zero Wing superior to the outside world's hegemonic powers, but it is also providing excellent treatment to native experts and powers who join it. So long as we join Zero Wing, I believe we can survive this calamity. Even in the worst-case scenario, we should still be able to develop safely in our God's domain. Zero Wing, superior to hegemonic powers. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was similarly attending this meeting in holographic form, laughed when he heard Illusory Words' statement. Has Phoenix Rain brainwashed you? Illusory Words. Are you going to toss your mind away after Phoenix Rain? I've already looked into Zero Wing, and it is nothing more than an upstart guild from our God's domain. Its acting guild leader is even the former guild leader of a second-rate guild only. Although Zero Wing has achieved good results in the miniature ancient world, that is only because the foreign powers have barely invested any strength there. How can you even compare the miniature ancient world situation with ours? Do you truly think Zero Wing can go against those foreign powers? The Dragon Hunting Temple is only willing to give us a chance because the World Gate has yet to open. If we lose this chance, we will all become slaves to the foreign powers once the World Gate opens, and we will have to spend the rest of our lives in that taboo dungeon. Upon hearing Nine Dragons Emperor's words, everyone's expression turned even uglier. They originally thought Illusory Words could bring them some hope, but it merely turned out to be despair. I don't know if Zero Wing can resist against the foreign powers. Illusory Words did not get angry because of Nine Dragons Emperor's rebuttal. Instead, she calmly said, "But I do know that Zero Wing's guild leader has given Phoenix Rain 40 fragmented legendary equipment sets that come with a bronze battle array. I doubt any of our native powers can afford such generosity, right? In fact, how many foreign powers can replicate such an act? Impossible." Nine Dragons Emperor immediately cast doubt over Illusory Words' statement. Fragmented legendary equipment sets were incredibly rare to begin with, let alone those that came with a bronze battle array. Not even the Dragon Hunting Temple could take out 40 of such sets. If what you say is true, Vice Guild Leader Illusory, can Zero Wing ensure our independence and safety once we join it? Melancholy asked. At this time, everyone else in the room also looked at Illusory Words. Since Illusory Words dared to make such a claim, the matter regarding the 40 sets of fragmented legendary equipment sets must be true. It also showed that Zero Wing possessed an extraordinary foundation, and that it wasn't as weak as Nine Dragons Emperor described. At the very least, Zero Wing should be much stronger than any of their God's domain's native powers. The only problem now was whether Zero Wing could ensure their independence and safety. This Illusory Words did not know what to say in this situation. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I'm afraid I will need to consult with Rain first before I can give everyone an answer. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."